and good morning, or good evening, depending on where in the world you're watching us from. In conjunction with today's International Youth Day, the Mahathir Science Award Foundation and Academy Science Malaysia have jointly organized today's webinar themed Youth for the Tropics. The Mahathir Science Award Foundation seeks to encourage excellence in tropical science research that can bring direct benefits to countries in the tropics and the global community at large. Annually, we give out the Mahathir Science Award in recognition of the best scientific contributions and innovations to solving problems of the tropics. The Academy of Sciences Malaysia is an independent organization representing the scientific minds of Malaysia. It carries out strategic studies that are independent, evidence-based, reliable, and timely for the benefit of all. This year, ASM will be celebrating its 25th anniversary. Today's webinar will focus on the role of youth in contributing to the tropics through science, policy engagement, and entrepreneurship. The morning session will have a Malaysian or local focus, and the afternoon session will have an international or global session. We hope you will join us throughout the day. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Sri Madlan Osman, the chair of our upcoming TropSci 2021 conference, to give some opening remarks.
Thank you, Alia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day to all of you, and welcome to the series of webinars on The Future Belongs to the Tropics. I know that some of you are sitting on the other side of the planet from where we are, and we do acknowledge the difficulties posed by differences in the time zones. So I admire your commitments and thank you. Now, allow me to first give you some insight on our motivations for organizing these webinar series on The Future Belongs to the Tropics. Countries in the tropics have gained significant success, but they still face challenges to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. What is the path these countries need to take? Take Malaysia, for instance. She is a thriving country in the tropics. In the past decades, she led various research fields through several world-renowned institutions. But interest in tropical science is waning as other subjects get more attention. So how do we revive that interest and make tropical sciences sexy for the rest of the world, especially for young people? To achieve this, the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, as you have heard, has established the Mahathir Science Award that gives $100,000 to scientists who make significant contributions to tropical sciences. To support this prize, we are organizing the International Conference on Tropical Sciences, Contributions to Sustainability, or TropSci, in 2021. Many activities will be held to build awareness of the goals of TropSci 2021 and attract participation amongst policymakers, implementers, both in the private and public sectors, and researchers. We invite you all to the TropSci 2021, which is for the time being planned to be held on the 28th or 30th of June in 2021. Now, as an ongoing series, therefore, today we present to you a forum with the theme Youth for the Tropics. Why? To celebrate the International Youth Day with the focus on youth engagement for global action. This celebration will spotlight the role of youth in the tropics in invoking change and the challenges that they face. But why focus on youth in the tropics? We focus on youth in the tropics because in 30 years, that is in 2050, children under 15 in the tropics are set to make up more than 67% of the world population. Hence, it is evident that the tropics will be home to an increasing youth population. There are matters that are particularly pervasive on this youth population: depletion of natural resources, climate change, and emerging diseases. Youth of today must rise to tackle these challenges that are facing the world today and in the future. So today's webinar aims to create awareness among youth in the tropics regarding the issues vital to them in the context of climate change in the tropics, as well as harnessing and protecting tropical resources. More importantly, it celebrates the successes of various youth organizations operating in the tropics to solve problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope today's webinar will serve as an inspiration as well as a rallying call to encourage youth participation in international discourse, particularly in mitigating the effects of climate change and protecting tropical resources in Malaysia and tropical countries in general. So thank you and enjoy your deliberations.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Mazlan Othman, for those opening remarks. Now, I would like to invite our moderator for today's morning session. Dr. Nurfar Sharina Muhammad is a research fellow at the Southeast Asia Disaster Prevention Research Initiative at UKM, and she will be moderating the morning session for today. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Nurfar Sharina to give her opening remarks.
Thank you, Alia. A very good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the Academy of Science, Malaysia, Mahathir Science Award Foundation, and other partners for the opportunity for me to be part of this event in celebration of the 2020 International Youth Day. With a theme on by youth, with youth, for youth, the 2020 International Youth Day gives an opportunity to celebrate and mainstream young people's voice, actions, and initiatives, as well as their meaningful, universal, and equitable engagement. Never before have so many young people have been involved in movements for change worldwide. Previously, there were growing intolerance toward this group. They have lacked access to all processes, their needs often neglected, they are often excluded in negotiation, the decisions were taken without them, and many more. But now, the paradigm has shifted. The power of young people is realized. Their initiatives and voices are heard. They are fearless, dynamic, full of creativity and energy to shape a better world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there are over 1.8 billion young people in the world today. Majority of them are residing in tropical countries with an emerging developing economy. Some of them choose to migrate to developed countries for a plethora of reasons: employment, education, escape from environmental change, poverty, and others. These global developments have affected young people's life here. Hence, in every region of the world, there are now initiatives from them to participate in decision-making, demonstrating their capacity for advocacy, communication, and negotiation, as well as utilizing the advanced technology to support science, engineering, technology, and innovation. That is why we want to focus to youth in the tropics today, as per highlighted by Dato' Sri Mazlan just now. The organizers have arranged the session very nicely, where we will begin our webinar today with the national scene and followed by the international scene. We would want to hear from our inspiring young people from the tropics on their role, contribution, and initiatives to secure the future of the tropics. I will moderate this morning session on Malaysia scene. Do you know that there are quite a number of Malaysian youth and young professional movement and platform that empower young Malaysians in various aspects of sciences, activism, democratic, and many more? In highlighting the theme by youth, with youth, for this webinar, the organizer have brought some of them as speakers today to share their insights and experiences concerning the national interest and youth concern. The scene this morning will be divided into 3 sessions, where we will begin with speaking out for youth in the tropics, climate change in Malaysia, harnessing and protecting natural resources in Malaysia, and youth toward 2050. All speakers lined up are inspiring and high caliber of young professionals in Malaysia. This will be an interesting event, and I hope everyone will stay until the end of all sessions. Kindly note that all participants are advised to submit questions to the chat function, not at the Q&A function. I repeat, kindly advised to submit questions to the chat function, not at the Q&A function. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're familiar with the recent youth-led digital parliament in Malaysia. So today I bring to you Miss Kira Yusri to proceed with the session. Please welcome.
So hello everyone, my name is Kira Yusri. I am the co-founder and education director of Undi 18, which is a movement to lower the voting age in Malaysia. We recently are one of the organizers of Parliament Digital, and Parliament Digital is essentially a youth digital parliament initiative that was entirely young people in Malaysia. Instead of the government. So what we did was that we organized, it was the first ever civil society initiated digital parliament in the world. The initiative was organized by 4 youth organizations, Undi 18, Challenger Malaysia, Liga Rakyat Demokratik, and UNAM Youth. It was for the youth and by the youth. We brought together 222 youth from across Malaysia to represent their constituencies, similar how a real parliamentary sitting would. Apart from intending to prove the feasibility of a virtual parliamentary sitting, Parliament Digital's objective also included the desire to platform the voices of Malaysian youth and increase awareness about parliamentary proceedings among the younger demographics of Malaysia. The incredible response to Parliament Digital has been a true litmus test with undeniable results with regards to youth political participation in the country. During the 2 weeks leading up to the 4th and 5th of July virtual mock sittings, the representatives organized themselves into caucuses and blocks. They lobbied each other. They initiated meetings with elected representatives, with members of parliaments and state representatives. They conducted research surveys, focus groups, and also their own mock proceedings. And all in all, went above and beyond in their efforts and participation. This could be seen as a strong indicator that a constitutional amendment for 18-year-olds to vote with, which, while passed, has not yet been gazetted, is not only overdue, but it is insufficient. Should entrance and involvement in politics become more accessible, there would be a sudden and great influx in extraordinarily capable youth actively and passionately taking part in public policy and nation-building conversations. So we want to look at we wanted to explore the idea of policy instead of politics and whether that was possible. So the Secretariat of Parliament Digital, the 4 organizations earlier, served as a non-partisan and wholly independent body which lended to the curation of a fair and just platform. While personal biases and leanings inevitably may exist, all efforts and considerations were taken to promote an equitable and unprejudiced lineup of 222 independent representatives who could debate calmly and efficiently in the virtual Dewan Rakyat. The choosing of the Tuan and Puan Yang Dipertua, or Speaker of the House, from neutral, non-partisan backgrounds was also an important factor in the creation of a non-divisive atmosphere. So the Secretariat encouraged our young YBs, or we call them young berkhidmats, to reach out to parliamentarians and aduns in the constituency, regardless of political leanings. The Parliament Digital representatives had meetings with politicians across the political spectrum. For example, YB Dato' Sri Neti Shukri, YB Dato' Sri Mustafa Muhammad, and even YB Syed Saddiq. We even managed to get a meeting with the YDP Dewan Rakyat, the then Dewan Rakyat, Tan Sri Dato' Muhammad Arif. So even amongst the representatives, we had a diversity of perspectives and political leanings. Some were conservative and some were liberal. We even had card-carrying UMNO and DAP members debating together on youth issues. The proceedings, which lasted for 4 hours each day, show a total of 47 representatives deliver thoughtful, impactful, and well-researched speeches on 2 topics: a youth-specific economic response to COVID-19 on the 4th of July, and a plan to close the gaps in the education sector due to the pandemic on the 5th of July. As everything was issues-based, the debates were conducted in an amicable, mature, and efficient fashion with few interruptions. When voting was carried out, representatives could vote by conscience instead of having to toe the party lines. So what's next for Parliament Digital? The recommendation from Parliament Digital sessions will be compiled into a report to highlight the perspectives of the Malaysian youth. The report will then be published to the public, and it will also be submitted to the relevant stakeholders such as the Prime Minister's Office, and we have also submitted the report to the Ministry of Youth and Sports as well as many members of Parliament, including the Chief of Parties. We are also currently collaborating with UNICEF Malaysia to carry out capacity building programs for the 222 digital parliamentarians, as well as the over 2,000 youth who have applied to join the program but were not accepted. Beyond that, who knows? We have been approached by a few state governments who want to experiment on how Parliament Digital can be replicated on a state level so that they can empower local youth to debate state-based issues and be more connected to the local communities. So we want to rethink democracy and whether that's possible. Is democracy really limited to the four walls of the Dewan Rakyat or Parliament for our international friends out there? Or is it only in the posh meeting rooms of political parties? Is it merely about placing a piece of paper in a ballot box every 5 years? We believe democracy is about people like you and me. It is about the citizens of a country continuing to have a say over the direction of national policy and governance. In a nation state, we only borrow authority to the government of the day, which means that real power should belong to the people, not the politicians or the unelected bureaucrats. We often tend to forget that. By dismissing governance as just politics, we stop engaging with the most important part of government, creating good policies for the country. Parliament Digital shows that if you put a group of normal citizens in a virtual room together, there is room for genuine, vibrant, and evidence-based policy making. Democratic empowerment begins with the youth. When national politics feels disheartening, do not give up, do not fret. Be brave enough to reimagine democracy, and we need to look into investing in the youth. So that being said, I'm very honored today, to be invited by Academy Science Malaysia to share my thoughts on how we can work together across the different aisles of political divide, different aisles of the advocacy causes, different perspectives from policymakers and policy suggestions, how in creating a better and more robust democracy where young people are not penalized for speaking up, where young people can see beyond politics to focus on policies and be introduced to the world of governance and the world of policy making, and looking into one of the biggest issues that is plaguing Malaysia and the world today, issues environment. Under Undi 18, we have recently launched our own environmental campaign, namely My Hutan. I think Shakil later might be able to share a little bit because he's in the team as well. But the My Hutan initiative aims to introduce and also amend the constitution to push for the federal government to allocate resources and, most importantly, funding for state governments to preserve Malaysian forests. This method ideally will be able to incentivize state governments in Malaysia to not consider forests as a resource for them to sell off to private developers in order for them to generate revenue in Malaysia. So hopefully we want to see a conversation about the environment outside the circle of environmental enthusiasts, most importantly, young people who will make up 50% of the electoral bloc in the next election. If Undi 18 is gazetted before the next election, there will be 7.8 million new voters in Malaysia. And this means that we cannot waste any more time in engaging young Malaysians, more specifically engaging youth, teenagers, children, to be aware about what's happening around them and to get them to care about what are the core issues that are affecting their communities, their lives. And we can see that through initiatives like Parliament Digital, where everyone is representing your own communities, representing your family, representing your school, and you are not representing another individual or another figure, that you can really bring forth genuine discourse, genuine ideas, and authentic suggestions. And we hope that the government or political parties, even if they are on the opposition, will be able to take it seriously and consider young people in more policy-making decisions, and not just having us as a quota to be allocated on the table for them to showcase that they are engaging young people. Thank you very much. Yeah, no idea.
Thank you, Ms. Kira. There was an insightful sharing session to us. So shall we move to the Q&A session?
Sure.
We have like a question listed from the participant, but I think I want to start with my question first to start
Sure.
the ball rolling. Yeah, so a healthy environment is a prerequisite for a healthy economy. I hope you agree with me. So
Yeah.
the vote result I saw from digital platform, digital parliament representative on your social media on what motions they would prefer to debate. they're expressing highest interest to economy, education and internet, but the highest was the economy. And environment falls at the very end, at the vote diagram I saw. Does this reflect that the young people are not interested or care about the environment? What is your view on this?
So I don't think it indicates that they do not care. I think it showcased that there is a lack of awareness or exposure to environmental causes that the young people struggle to see the importance of it. Now, there are two points that need to be added to give you more context on the voting. One is that all the motions were derived from the participants' ideas themselves. So we did not come up with the 8 motions for them to vote on, to talk to. In fact, we chose their motions, which means that even though it received the lowest votes, it was still ideas that came up often enough for us to be included in the final list of motions for them to vote on. So this clearly shows that there is a desire for discourse on the environment. However, the way we phrase the Parliament digital sitting is that this is an emergency sitting in the context of the pandemic. So naturally, at that moment in time in Malaysia, there were many issues in regards to e-learning, distance learning, education resources. You know, many of our participants were university and school students who had to stop studying, stop going to school, had to suddenly navigate, going home to Sabah and Sarawak after studying in KL and vice versa, and as well as a huge surge of unemployment. So I think when these issues arise and they could only choose one topic to vote on, and they could only choose only one topic, it is quite clear that issues like these are the most forefront of their mind because it affects them directly. But of course, you can see through the debate themselves that just because the issues are sort of clustered under economy or education, it doesn't mean that other issues like human rights, education were totally abandoned. In the debates about education, under the education cluster, there were issues about migrant workers, issues about refugees, and under the economic cluster, there were issues about how investing in agriculture, investing in the environment could give economic returns to the country and subsequently young people of Malaysia. So we did not want to limit them to just speaking about one topic and one topic only, which is why all of the motions or the usul that was going to be debated are extremely, or rather vague and very overarching, so that young people could suggest ideas. But unfortunately, because they only had one vote and they could only choose one topic that was important, I think it's quite it was not surprising to see that the top 2 motions were economy and education. Yeah.
Was that may I know what is the basic of choosing this motion? Is there any particular you would want this to be debated, or this has been the same issue debated in the real parliament, or what was the basis of choosing this motion? The education, the internet, the economy, environment.
Yeah.
How do you cluster it?
Yeah, so the motions were selected based on the participants themselves. So we chose the motion that was relevant to the context of COVID and the pandemic. So first of all, we selected the participants first before we selected the motions. So based on the selected participants, we sort of synthesized and summarized all their suggestions, because part of their applications to join Parliament Digital was that they had to suggest or sort of mencadang or suggest a motion or a concept they want to debate in Parliament. And then because we wanted them to own the motions as well, we did not do any selection of what motions were to be debated. We just announced that, okay, out of all the 222 suggestions, we have lumped all your ideas into these 8 general clusters. Basically, what this means is that out of all the 200 something applications and essays, these 8 themes were the ones that came up the most often, and hence it is we perceive it as the 8 most pertinent topics for young Malaysians, and which is why they lobbied and they decided to choose these topics. Yeah.
All right. Okay. The next question is there a plan to set up a youth political party for the upcoming GE? What's your view on that?
I know that there are some groups out there that are interested to pursue this avenue. I think it comes from, I think first of all, the sentiment comes from a place of with the recent political ongoings in Malaysia. If you notice, I mean, since February, with the whole activity dubbed as the Sheraton move, as well as the recent political ongoings in Sabah, it has left many young people disheartened, and it feels very discouraging for young people to join politics, because I think it, to be very honest, it showcases that our vote is being diminished. And to be honest, like, what is the point of participating in democracy if the people we elect do not hold true to their promises? However, in my opinion, a youth political party is not the most sustainable solution when it comes to putting youth representatives in governance, because I think there are many flaws to that concept. But I would want to see young people of Malaysia to push political parties to be more inclusive and to be more diverse in the people they put forward and the people that they build up through leadership. At the same time, I think young people should also explore avenues for them to participate in democracy by joining events, organizing your own programs, because I think if we want to have good politics, we first need to have good politicians. So just because you have a youth political party, it may not necessarily mean that you'll have good politicians, because, you know, I just don't think that's the most sustainable solution. But whether, to answer the question, whether there is a plan, I think some groups are exploring it, but Undi 18 is not.
But if, let's say, if it were to happen, are we ready enough to like form the political party for the youth?
I think if we were to be ready, it cannot be formed a few months before an election. I think if you want to have a youth political party, you must start a few years before an election, because being a member of parliament or even a state representative is not just about having good ideas, and it's not about having many followers on Twitter. It's about going down to the ground, understanding the community's needs and situation, understanding their problems, and understanding the local context of the constituency that you want to represent. So I think many young people need to understand that when it comes to politicking and when it comes to becoming an elected member of parliament or representative, it's very important to not just have good ideas, but to also have the skills and the proactiveness to speak with the people and the community they want to represent. Do you know, what is the specific context or specific problems that each the area you want to represent has? Which is why for Parliament Digital, it was very inspiring to see participants as young as 15 years old go out doing surveys and running focus groups to understand what are the issues that her friends are facing, her community is facing, so that she can raise that point in Parliament. Of course, that is a very ideal situation, right? But I think if we don't start from having idealism, then young people would not have a chance in Malaysia.
So yeah, we have the next question is, can you explain more about My Hutan? Why is it IT important for laws to be federal?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to activism and advocacy, it's not enough to just get the public on your side. Having political will or rallying political will is also extremely important, because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, and of course, power to the people, laws are made in parliament. Laws are changed in the Dewan Rakyat, and the people we elect, unfortunately, are the ones making those laws. So we have to engage them and we have to get them to be our champion. There are some advocacy groups and activists that have spoken about, we don't want politicians to hijack the issue, but it's not really hijacking, but it is about championing and amplifying your cause. Being strategic and being smart in how you engage politicians will not only bring your cause faster to parliament for them to be changed, but also getting the public to be more aware of your issue. I think especially in the context of the environment and forest conservation in Malaysia, it's extremely politicized because it affects many layers of communities in Malaysia, from the indigenous communities, local businesses, even as large as multinational corporations. When there are this many stakeholders involved in the process or are relevant to the cause, all the more important for you to not put aside engaging politicians, because who do you want to be in the sort of like who do you want the politicians to amplify? Is it the corporations, or is it us, or is it our needs and desires of the local community? So instead of thinking that the politicians are against us or someone that we need to fight against, I think we need to change and shift our mindset to thinking, how can we get the politicians to understand where we come from and get them to and present them with enough data, evidence, and facts that forest conservation or environmental conservation overall is extremely important and is something that they need to discuss in Parliament. I think environment is one of the least spoken about issues in Malaysian politics at the moment. There are very few MPs that are staunch environmentalists, and I think that's a huge problem. And I look forward to seeing, hopefully, more people, especially engaging parliamentarians, engaging politicians without fear, because you need to work with them for laws to be changed and for policies to be made.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I have question for you. Given to your role as a co-founder of Undi 18 and a member of National Youth Consultative Council, what are the challenges to speak out for the youth? I mean, like, don't you worry about the look that you may get on the society who don't understand this motion? What are the hurdles that you need to go through in order to be Kira now?
I think we need to look at first the concept intersectionality. So I'm not just like Kira, right? I'm also, being in Malaysia, being in this scene of advocacy. I'm a young Malay woman who don't conform to certain traditional norms that you expect in Malaysia. So of course, there are a few barriers of entry, and also I have a few privileges of existing in Malaysia. And these are very complex layers that when young people want to start off in Malaysia, something they need to analyze within themselves. So being a Malaysian National Youth Consultative Council, or Majlis Perundingan Belia Negara, it's a very interesting experience. Essentially, it is a council that sits twice a year, and we have the privilege of having each ministry and government agency to be there in our council whenever we sit, so that when we ask questions, the ministry representatives or agency that's relevant have an obligation to reply to our answers and have an obligation to take in our suggestions. So that's an incredible amount of privilege to have as a young person, because this is an audience that not many young Malaysians have, and it's not an opportunity to be wasted. So I managed to give a speech or a debate about mental health education in Malaysia, and how counselors in Malaysia should have external support, either from a certified psychologist or psychiatrist in the work that they do. So I managed to get a response from both the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health. I don't think at that point there was a need, but recently, I think due to the pandemic, the government has announced that they will provide more mental health supports to schools for teachers and students, especially to cope in these unprecedented times. So I think some of the challenges that you get is that a lot of time, one is imposter syndrome, whether you actually deserve to be there. And secondly is that oftentimes in this context or situations, you feel like you are given that position just because they want to have a young person at the table. So I think, I think the mindset that many institutions have is that, we only want young people to speak up about youth issues. If there is a full day roundtable on issues of governance, the only panel that has a young person will be youth panel. It was just similar to when it comes to women, right? So the only panel that women will be able to have a voice on is on women's issues. So I think this is a mindset that many institutions still have, and it's quite dangerous because it allows minority communities like youth and women and indigenous communities, etc., to be boxed into these categories, and we're not given the platform to diversify our interests. For example, I'm interested in electoral reform and governance, but I'm only invited to speak about youth issues. So I think there's a bigger burden for young people like me and also my peers to prove ourselves worthy in this arena, when in my opinion, in many cases, lived experiences are also as important as the experience that academicians have or young professionals have, because we still live and breathe in Malaysia, and we still go through experiences, and it's very important to just have that diverse perspectives. So I guess those are one of the few of the challenges that you have. And at the same time, I think when it comes to imposter syndrome, I think oftentimes you wonder like whether, since you know the opportunity is very rare and it's a huge privilege, whether you actually deserve it. But I think for this situation, it's very important to have a really good support system that can help you ground yourself and to remind you of the work that you've done so far. So I'm very lucky to have that community, especially in the Undi 18 community that we've managed to build over the past 4 years. So I think those kind of the environment that I was working in is extremely, it's a huge contributor to the success that Undi 18 have achieved today.
Wow, that's truly inspiring, Kira. So since we don't have any more questions, I think that's all for the session. Thank you very much for your insight.
Thank you very much for having me.
So yeah, let us move on to the next session on climate change in Malaysia. This session will feature both speakers from two different perspectives. The first speaker, Mr. Shakil, will speak on the involvement of Malaysian youth in climate policy advocacy at various levels, where second speaker, Dr. Sharina, given to her position in IPCC, she will share her experience and view on youth engagement in IPCC negotiations. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Mr. Shakil Suhaimi of Malaysian Youth Delegation to proceed the session.
Hi, thanks so much, Dr. Fasha, for inviting me to be part of your session. Allow me to take a few seconds to share my screen because I've got a short slide deck. Okay, can everyone see the screen?
Yeah.
All right, great. So first and foremost, allow me to speak a bit about what the Malaysian Youth Delegation is. So just to read off the slides a bit, what is MYD? So the Malaysian Youth Delegation is a climate advocacy group whose responsibility is to amplify the voice of youth in climate movements through education and mobilization. Throughout the year, we operate on 4 objectives. Number 1 is to facilitate climate policy advocacy amongst Malaysian youth. Number 2 is to hold Malaysian leaders and international institutions accountable for climate action. Number 3 is to educate Malaysians on climate change as well as climate policy. And number 4 is to strengthen climate movements locally, regionally, as well as internationally. So just to give you a bit of overview, the bulk of my presentation today will be to talk about the importance of Malaysian youth being at international climate change conferences, what our contributions are there, and how we translate such contributions locally. So to give you a bit of context, ever since 2015, the Malaysian Youth Delegation has had the privilege of sending youth delegations to what is known as the UN Climate Change Conference. So it's been happening ever since 1992, and MYD has had the privilege of sending such delegations ever since 2015. So UN climate change conferences are popularly known as COP, standing for Conference of Parties. Essentially, all 192 signatories to this convention gather to discuss on progress regarding climate policy via negotiation. One moment, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so on top of government, on top of heads of states being present at such conferences, there is also opportunity for non-party constituents to be part of negotiations. Non-party constituents being, as shown on my slides, those from business industry, those from local governments, as well as municipal authorities, research and independent NGOs, as well as youth NGOs. So youth NGOs are informally known as Youngos. These are just a few pictures to indicate the level of participation of youth when it comes to COPs. Again, here's some pictures of MYD having sent youth delegations to these COPs ever since 2018. So before I go on with engagement with decision makers, I just want to say a lot of people ask us, what is the significance of us youth being present at such negotiations? Are we actually involved in such negotiations, and do we actually have the capacity to influence such negotiations? So as I mentioned earlier, going back to one of my previous slides, on top of heads of states being involved in actual negotiations, there are actually channels which allow for non-party constitutions to an extent involve negotiations. So for instance, when it comes to youth NGOs, I don't have pictures here, but when it comes to youth NGOs, we have the opportunity to engage with actual heads of states. Via such engagements, we are able to lobby certain positions which reflect the needs of youth, amongst others. So where we don't actually have the channel to directly influence negotiations via stakeholder engagements, via, I would say, backdoor negotiations, I think channels exist for us, for youth, to lobby our positions, our needs to actual negotiators who are part of the process. And so here I'm going to talk a bit about having been involved at international negotiations. What do we do to translate such contributions towards the national scene? So in 2017, MYD has had the opportunity to engage with then Natural Resource and Environment Minister, Datuk Sri Naidi Tuanku Jaafar. As I recall, in 2017, going into 2018, I think one of the proposals from his ministry was to introduce environmental education into the national syllabus. And an important ask for MYD back then was to, an ask from MYD back then was to have us, being a youth organization, to be included in the consultation session, because I think, so whatever they wanted to include as part of the national syllabus, as far as environment is concerned, I think it was important to have a youth perspective as well, which was the reason MYD wanted to be part of the conversation. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because the next year Pakatan Harapan came into power. Hence, we had another engagement session with then MESTECC Minister Yobian. So having had an engagement session with NRE, we naturally approached Yobian asking if she had plans as well to introduce environmental education into the national syllabus, to which she said no. She was adamant that environmental education had to come from the side of the education minister himself and her priorities. Environmental education was not a part of her list of priorities. At the same time, she was pushing for policies more directly related to climate change, which ultimately was a good thing. Here are some more examples of consultation sessions we have had with MESTECC. So the picture on the left, so basically these pictures was about a consultation with MESTECC pertaining to a certain negotiation point. Not to get too technical, but one of the things Malaysia, so just to give you a bit of context, when it comes to climate change, international climate change negotiations, Malaysia does not negotiate on its own. All countries belong to a negotiating bloc, and each negotiating bloc has its own stance which it pushes for. So at the international scene, Malaysia is part of what's called the like-minded developing countries negotiating bloc, the LMDCs. And back in 2018, they wanted to have a consultation session as to whether Malaysia wanted to remain within this negotiating bloc or not, because there were certain views Malaysia did not share with LMDC. MYD was actually invited to such a consultation session to give our input on whether Malaysia should be part of such negotiating bloc or not. So this is an example of a consultation session we've had with MESTECC, where we were able to give meaningful input, and we were assured that such input was taken into account. So besides engagement with government stakeholders, we also engage with the public via our training series. Yeah, so the picture on the right indicates an actual physical training series where we educate the public, youth especially, on policies pertaining to climate change, what's the latest thinking of climate change, and what the government is actually doing on climate change. We've been doing this ever since 2015 as well. But ever since due to COVID, we have had to do it virtually ever since this year, as pictured on the left. Yeah, so that's pretty much my slides for today. But what I want to end with is this. I think, again, there's a huge sentiment as to the effectiveness of youth being part of such international negotiations. You know, there's quite a few people who question us, okay, so you go to such international negotiations, so what, you know? So I'd like to reiterate that an important thing to note when it comes to such international negotiations, right? I think a lot of youth especially are from developed countries. They're from rich developed countries, especially from global north. And when it comes to lobbying certain policies, when it comes to lobbying certain stances, the views that they push for may not necessarily represent the views of those from developing countries. It may not necessarily represent the views of people from the global south. Hence, it's important to ensure that there is representation of youth from developing countries, from the global south, to ensure that our needs are met as well. So I think that's an important point for us to take note when it comes to having youth from developing countries, from the global south countries at such international negotiations. Number two, an important point I would say is, because we actually get to engage with our heads of states, Malaysian heads of states, at such international negotiations, in a way we are able to build rapport with them, which we then can translate to so whatever rapport we built with them at such negotiations, we are able to translate it back to Malaysia. Hence, it's easier to have engagement sessions with them at home, amongst other things. I think that's what I want to press on with regards to my short presentation. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Just a quick shout out, if you for you to follow MYD on social media, we'll call MYD Climate. And just a bit of example of.
Thank you, Mr. Shakil. So we keep the question until the end of this session. To participants, keep sending your question in the chat function. So meanwhile, I would like to invite Dr. Sharina Abdul Halim to deliver her presentation. Please welcome.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to Dr. Fasha and everyone. Are you, can you hear me okay? Yes. So thank you. I'm very happy to be part of this celebration of International Youth Day. And although I'm no longer considered to be part of this youth age group or the cohort group, but I still feel very youthful inside. And I'd like to thank Dr. Fasha, Miss Aliyah, and ESM, Prof. Emerita, Datuk Mazlan, for giving me this opportunity to share the little that I know on this topic, of this huge topic of climate change. So I think I'm here to share with you or more like reflecting of what has been discussed on this topic of climate change. So I like to just share with you my screen. You can see. Okay, is okay? All right. So basically, I am from the Institute for Environment and Development, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And you know, when we talk about climate change, a global phenomenon now, particularly in the last 3 decades, it became more prominent. And I like to share with you, let's reflect on what Maulana Rumi was saying about as you start to walk on the way appears. So this is how we are approaching understanding on the issue, on the topic of climate change. And as you know, a lot of things has been going on now. And I think the best way to share this morning is to ask these 3 questions, which is what and who and how, when we are actually reflecting on this topic of climate change on this International Youth Day. So what's it all about actually? In Asia particularly, over the past century, the most part of Asia where you can see evidently the warming trends and the increasing temperature extreme have been observed. And climate change, what it does is that it compounds further the multiple stresses in which are caused due to rapid urbanization, industrialization, and also the economic growth. And the priorities area for Asia to include in understanding and in managing climate change that is occurring is actually to enhance our capability to collect social and biophysical data, to actually share information, and as well as to mainstream science. And much of the research on climate change in Malaysia is actually dedicated to studying the effects of climate change. Rather than examining the historical and the future trends. And a large proportion of this scientific data are actually mostly focusing on agriculture. And this is part of the challenge of understanding ways best to manage climate change is because of our data availability. And in IPCC, we see that we cannot talk about climate change without associating or relating it to sustainable development, because these 2 things are fundamentally connected. And in the special report of 1.5 degree by IPCC recently, limiting that global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius essentially would require mitigation action and adaptation measures to be taken at all levels. And we see in the adaptation as well as the mitigation action, which actually help to reduce emission, and ultimately what we hope through adaptation is to increase resilience among communities as well as stakeholders. And how all this thing being done is actually through technology, infrastructure choices, changing behavior, as well as policy. Okay, just to look Asia as a whole, yeah, there are 51 countries in 6 different regions. Okay, this is according to the IPCC report in the assessment report 5. And you see in all of these countries, when I share with you just now about data availability, we see that the data availability to understand climate change are not even. So we have a lot of data, for example, in the East Asia, but not necessarily we have a lot of data in the Central Asia or North Asia, similarly in Southeast Asia, and that to relate with Malaysia. In fact, Malaysia, we don't have a lot of data that can be used. Yes, we have a lot of data, not to say that we have none, but to be fair, we still need more data on these matters of climate change. in order for us to understand the complexity of the issue of climate change. Not only for Malaysia, because we understand climate change is not only affecting country per se. So this is the challenge that we have. For example, for me, in preparing for the assessment report 6 or IPCC, we see that this is the challenge to be fair, to ensure that the data or the materials that are presented in the assessment report, particularly for chapter Asia, are representing Asia and not exclusively for any region or countries per se. So this is the challenge. Okay. So we know that, as I mentioned earlier, the issue is not just affecting a country, but it's a global phenomenon. So those who are affected in these extreme climate events will definitely have a great impact on health, security, livelihood, poverty. And in fact, this exacerbates further the malnutrition in the context of health among the poor, the marginalized section of the population. And now we see issues of climate refugees, like migration and displacement. These are all evidence. In fact, some would say migration, is it an adaptation strategy? Is it not? So these are mixed debate now ongoing in terms of these climate refugees as a result of climate change. Yeah. So how do we go about it? What can we do? So we hear good news from our friend earlier from Malaysian Youth Delegation. A lot of things are ongoing, on the way. So the push for more climate leaders, more climate politics, more climate science, more solution, and we don't have to wait for big things to happen. What about at the individual level, more of what can I do? So this is the thing, that the power of the people and the power of youth are able to illuminate, to share, to create awareness on this topic of climate change. As we see in this picture here, our dear Greta Thunberg, only 17 years old, but making waves to create the awareness globally on the issue of climate action. Yeah, I just share with you briefly this paper from Tang 2019, just to show with you in Malaysia, in the context of what can we do. So this is what have been done in terms of the mitigation strategies and what are the expected outcomes. So you see there's a lot of things already set at the top level, in terms of the policy, in terms of the Malaysian plans. We have a national policy on climate change, all of this. And at the Department of Environment, all of this, at institutionally, a lot of mitigation strategies are ongoing and good things are happening. But yet, there are still the need to address the knowledge as well as the research gap, because we still have insufficient understanding of impacts, particularly on the vulnerable group, and how in terms of adaptation in the urban settlement, because a lot the movement now are people from the village are moving to the city. So these are all the issues that, or the gaps that we still need to think critically, and the linkages between the local livelihood, the ecosystem function, as well as the land resources, because a lot of things are done still very silo, very sectoral. And how about representation of women, of vulnerable groups, of young people, especially to climate change? Because these are the people, they are vulnerable, but not necessarily that means that they are not proactive. In fact, they are proactive. They are the agents of hope for adaptation to or mitigation to abrupt the climate change. And see, I showed it to you earlier, the mitigation strategies and their expectation outcome. And now you see in Malaysia, what are they doing on adaptation strategies? So you can see the discrepancy, the gap still. There's a lot of work done on mitigation, but not too much emphasis done yet on adaptation. So this is something that I think not just isolated to Malaysia, but to Asia in particular. There needs to be a balance, or there needs to be a complementing and harmony between mitigation mitigation and adaptation strategy in addressing climate change. Okay. So because we are celebrating the International Youth Day, I just want to highlight to you, I know you are already very well geared and well into the momentum of believing into the idea of young people are definitely leading the way on climate change. And in fact, companies now need to pay serious attention. And we see that there are in Malaysia, there's a big number of young people, and we see that the young people now are making a lot of good initiatives, establishing themselves in a lot of organizations like MYD, like Climate Action, like Zero Hour, You Inspire. I just name a few, but I know there are more out there. And so these are what was suggested by Professor Joy in 2015, where she presented this approach. Yeah, but this approach, as you see, needs a lot of collaboration at different level, not just top down. It needs to have both top down and bottom up. It needs the grassroots people to be involved in this approach to move ahead on the managing climate change in Malaysia. Yeah. So to conclude, in general, what is happening in Malaysia, in Asia, and particularly on the issue of climate change, is that the availability and the accessibility of data, we are still in need of this, particularly not just the physical or the geological data, but also on the social, economic, psychological, more of this collaborative and participatory approach. So more incorporation of the local indigenous knowledge to play important role to formulate adaptation governance and strategies. And we cannot do without education on climate change and uncertainties. And above all of this needs to happen in an iterative manner so that the process of communication are there and the platform for communication are there for everyone. So I like to thank you for listening to me, and look forward to any of your comments and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharina, for your presentation. So are you guys ready for the Q&A session? Yes?
Yep.
So, yeah. Let's move to the first question from the participant. He said that, good morning, I am a young professional in the environmental industry. How can I get the chance to participate in the UNFCCC convention? So, yeah, I think, Shaki, you want to take this?
Sorry, Dr. Fasha? Was that question addressed to me or Dr. Sharina?
Yes. I'm a young professional in the environmental industry. How can I get the chance to participate in the UNFCCC convention? Do you want to take this?
Yeah, so chime in a bit on my thoughts, and I'm sure Dr. Sharina will have some thoughts as well, considering she's directly part of the IPCC, right, Dr. Sharina? You're actually involved with the works, yeah.
So we'll go next to Dr. Sharina.
Yeah, so I think Dr. Sharina would be appropriate for that question.
Oh, me? Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I can chime in after you provide your input, Dr. Sharina.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think in terms of the UNFCCC, this is not something that we can just go by at the individual level. This is, of course, these are all done at the country level. So there are representatives for the UNFCCC, and I think if you want to know more about this, you can contact the ministry. So, but of course, the ministry now has also changed, right? So who are, Dr. Pasha, can you illuminate on that? Who are the responsible ministry for now on the issue of climate change? Is it on the environment?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I could just chime in my thoughts a bit, Doctor. So climate change is under Kementerian Alam Sekitar and Air at the moment. They've got a particular division focusing on climate change. I think, not sure if Dr. Nagu is there, but the likes of Encik Rizwan, he's there. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's led by Encik Rizwan. So there's a particular climate change division. So going to the original question, so I'm a young professional in the environment industry. So what I can say is, as I mentioned earlier, I think MYD is involved in the process by virtue of engaging with the youth constituency to the UNFCCC. So by virtue of our engagement with Yango. With regards to environmental NGOs specifically, there is, as mentioned on my slide, an environmental NGO constituency. So from what I understand, membership is free, membership is open. I think it's only a matter of contacting them and knowing how to get involved in the process. I, for one, have contacts with particular personnel from environmental NGOs. So Stephen, if you'd like to know how to get involved, you can reach out to me personally. Otherwise, all of this information is available on the internet, and it's free and it's open. I think you can specifically look for the environmental NGO constituency to the UNFCCC. It's open for members to join without any strings attached. That's I can say. That's what I can say with regards to that question.
Okay, I hope it will help our participants to get himself involved in the UNFCCC convention. So yeah, I have a question for Dr. Sharina. Are there many, looking back to your presentation just now, are there many cases of climate refugees in Malaysia? How can we balance economic development with the environmental protection?
Yeah, I don't have the numbers on top of my head at the moment. Climate refugees in Malaysia per se, not too sure, but we are seeing refugees. For example, we have Rohingya, right, in Malaysia at the moment. So these are issues that the country like Malaysia, we are trying our best to help them on the humanitarian basis. How best we can address these, whether it is 100% related to climate refugees or not, they are still refugees in our country, and we need to address the needs of refugees, as we know that there are many NGOs out there currently trying to fight on this issue of refugees, particularly on the context of humanitarian, humanity aspects. So this is something that whether it is related or not to climate change, I think it will have indirect consequence to it.
The next question is for Shakil. What climate change issues have you advocated for?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So via our engagement with MESTECC, as well as MESTECC in particular, we have not had the opportunity to engage with CASA, the minister himself in particular. But with regards to engagement with MESTECC, I think it was clear that they were pushing for certain climate policies, namely Climate Change Act, as well as the National Adaptation Policy. So the Climate Change Act was to essentially institutionalize climate change amongst different levels of sector within Malaysia, because at the moment, whatever climate change commitments there are, it falls on the federal government, but it does not necessarily fall on private sector as well as respective state governments. So MYD's ask is to, again, as mentioned, with regards to environmental education back then by NRE, I think one of the things we really wanted to ask is to ensure that MYD is part of the whole consultative process, because I think it is important to include the voice of youth when it comes to formulating such policies. Another important climate change policy is the National Adaptation Plan. The National Adaptation Plan is essentially to ensure that Malaysia has a plan to adapt to the effects of climate change. Issues such as food insecurity, extreme weather. Right now, Malaysia does not have such a plan to address such extreme effects of climate change, but there is that is one of the policies within the pipeline of CASA at the moment. And again, just like with the Climate Change Act, I think it's important for them to engage youth within such process, such policy formulation, because it is us youth who will be bearing the brunt of climate change in the next 10, 20, 30 years. So whatever policies they push for, I think it's important that it safeguards the interests of youth as well. So those are some of the policies that we have engaged with the Ministry of the Day to ensure that there is youth involvement, there is youth participation as well.
Okay, yeah. I would like to add to that with my question. I see from your presentation and your explanation, I saw there's a lot of involvement and negotiation and lobbying the government at the very high level on the national scale. So can you share how do you engage with other local youth in Malaysia that have mutual interest with MYD?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very relevant question, because actually when it comes to the climate change circle, specifically youth climate change circle in Malaysia, it's not big. So at the top of my head, the only organizations I can think of with regards to climate change, youth organizations, yeah, specifically, there's MYD obviously. So there's also KAMI, Klima Action Malaysia. I think that's it. Once upon a time, MYD had an organization sister called PSM, not Party Socialist Malaysia, it was Power Shift Malaysia. So by virtue of the circle being so small, I think naturally engagement happens anyway. Elaborate on activities pertaining to capacity building. Yeah, so far, our engagement with KAMI in particular has been on efforts relating to capacity building. Oh yes, there's recently another initiative being led by Eco Knights, Project Vocal. Project Vocal, if I'm not mistaken, is to essentially, it's a platform to for youth to use voice on climate change as well. From what I understand, they mostly focus around self-development as well, and MYD is also in talks with them for such a collaboration. Yeah, that's what I can say for now.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, let's move on to Dr. Sharina. Can you share how is the engagement of youth in the IPCC negotiation and reporting? How, if our young people would want to contribute to the reporting? I believe with my personal limitation of knowledge, I believe that there is a platform via IPCC web. Can you share with us your view or suggestion on that?
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Fasha. You mean the question relates to how to be involved in the IPCC process? That, yes.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, definitely. IPCC does a lot of engagement to encourage youth participation, and actually to ensure the representation of all countries, because at the moment the representation is still very much to the I would say in the Western countries. So we need more participation from the Global South, for example. In Asia itself, we need more representation from the youth. So definitely IPCC are reaching out. They are doing a lot of reaching out activities. Especially, I think Professor Joy can shed more information on this, on what are the reach out activities to network and to collaborate to ensure that they get a good representation, particularly among youth as well. So this is very encouraged, and I welcome for all, and especially to the one who asked to get more information on this.
So yeah, there's a lot of questions with me actually. So wow, this is very engaging. probably this question addressed to both panels. Let us start with Shakil first. Do you think that the government should encourage the use of reusable face masks as it both cheaper and more environmental friendly in the long run?
Oh.
I think, yeah, it is relating to the current situation that we are
Yeah.
facing right now.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for that question, Dr. Pasha. That's a very interesting one, and I have to admit that the topic of recycling isn't a point of mine, but I'll chime in my personal opinion anyway. Yeah, I think definitely where there is an opportunity to reuse a certain resource, I think we should opt towards such a direction. Sorry, Dr. Pasha, I'm not particularly versed in this particular topic, but yeah, my personal opinion is, yeah, if there is an opportunity for us to ensure that a natural resource is being used more efficiently, in a way that is that allows for future generations to use them, then by all means. At the same time, because this is an issue of health, we also want to make sure that by virtue of reusing it's not detrimental to our health. If it is cleaner and it is more safe for people to not reuse it and to be able to keep on using new ones, then I think that should be done lah, if it is for the sake of health. But if there are products out there which we can use, which we can reuse, then by all means we should go for it. That's my personal opinion, Dr. Pasha.
Thank you, Shakil. What about Dr. Sharina?
Yeah, I also like to echo what Shakil was saying just now. This is a very sensitive issue at the moment because of we are facing this COVID-19 pandemic, right? And then social media are playing a very important role to disseminate in the, how do I say it, accurate information. Not just, yeah, accurate in terms of the reliability of the information being disseminated about using reusable face masks. Because I believe everyone has received, you know, a lot of infographics on masks, the type of masks, right? And everybody wants to be sustainable. And of course, we need to be sustainable. But as Shakil is saying, we also need to also think about the implication on health. Yeah, because this is not just at individual level, because it's affecting the whole entire ecosystem. So yes, therefore, in terms of the reusability, more research needs to be done on this. Of course, we need time to do research. So how do we address this when we are challenged by this pandemic that is happening at every second and every minute? So this is also a very important question. For example, recently at school, a teacher found out that one of the students were reusing, you know, the disposable face masks. I believe you have read this, right? And then the teacher totally breaks your heart to see this. But we understand not everybody can afford this essential basic necessity at the moment. So how are we going to approach this? I believe government, KKM, the Ministry of Health are working so hard to combat this pandemic, this virus, and the government are doing all its best. So do we just rely on government to do everything now? I don't think so. I think this is and we have seen the community's power, you know, the community coming together to help everyone going through this challenging situation. So yes, the question is very simple. It's about should we reuse or not? Should we use reusable face masks? But the simple question has a lot of implication. Yeah, and this is something that we are challenged every day. So hopefully everybody can come to a one solution that will be able to address everybody's need and everybody's capacity in this time.
Yeah, and even today, this morning, while I was driving come here to ASM, I heard that there's like a plan to sell one mask for RM1 to like help to those that probably can't afford to buy the whole boxes. Even one packet that will cost you 10 ringgit. 10 ringgit will cost, might as well some people buy food instead of buying mask for 10 ringgit. But I think still RM1 for one mask, we could not underestimate. Maybe some people thought that RM1 is something more important to them instead of buying masks. So this is the way that this is like a wake-up call for us, probably for those who really can afford to help those people that really needs that, can contribute to this kind of situation.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sharina and Shakil. So I have one more question to Shakil. I have that question in my notes, but I saw this same question from the participant where they are curious about how Malaysia will progress if the environment minister has been changing periodically with different agendas in mind that is impacting the country progress to move forward in the long term. And in my notes, I would want to ask, does this change, the periodically change of the government will affect MYD efficiency and your involvement in the, lobbying the government, negotiation and all?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that is a very, very important question, and it's a question us at MYD ask as well. How do we ensure that there is progress with regards to climate change if we keep on changing governments? I think, yeah, so in 2017 we had NRE, in 2018 we had MESTECC, in 2020 we have CASA. So in 4 years we have had a change of ministry 3 times. That is mind-blowing if you think about it. And it's also made us question, like, whatever we're advocating from the start, is it going to be adopted by the next ministry, considering it's a change of minister, there's a change of structure. So from what we understand, MESTECC, the ministries related to environment this year, there are 3. Sorry, what am I saying? So MESTECC last year, so what MESTECC was, has been divided into 3 different ministries now. So imagine the messiness involved when it comes to pushing for policies, But I think what is also encouraging is, and it's something that we have also learned recently is, I think on top of engaging the minister himself, I think it's important for us to engage the particular division that deals with climate change. So earlier on, I mentioned Encik Rizwan from CASA. If I'm not mistaken, Encik Rizwan is, I hope I don't get this wrong, I think he's the Under Secretary for the Climate Change Division within CASA, if I'm not mistaken. And such a division has been existing ever since NRE, and I'm assuming before that. So what I'm saying is, as much as we have to engage particular ministers to push for certain stance, I think we also have to keep in mind that, and this is also very encouraging, in that whatever particular climate change division we have engaged with regards to the ministry of the day, just because there is a change in minister, it does not mean that that climate change division ceases to exist. So what I'm saying is, it's important to have, if we don't have the same climate change minister, if we don't have the same environmental minister, it's the particular civil servants within the ministry itself who also play a vital role in pushing for climate change policies within Malaysia. So what I'm also saying is, so it's important for the government to keep civil servants like this and to ensure that they are within the same department as long as possible to ensure that there is institutional memory. Yeah. So again, different ministers may have different agendas. Like
what about MYD? Does this change? Does this change of government will like affect your efficiency in contributing to the government? What about your organization?
So as a result of change in governments, we have definitely had to change strategies. So I bring again what I said. So like with regards to NRE, one of our main asks was environmental education. As a result of the change to MESTECC, we had to changed our narrative to focus more towards Climate Change Act, National Adaptation Plan. And now looking at CASA, yeah, so based on our engagement session with Encik Rizwan recently, who is part of the Climate Change Division of CASA, it is very encouraging to know that things such as the Climate Change Act is still within the pipeline. Things such as the National Adaptation Plan is still within the pipeline. So yes, it does affect our efficiency, but it doesn't require a revamp of our strategy, because there are still certain things that was pushed by the previous ministry, which are still being pushed by the current ministry. So that is a plus point, I would say. Dr. Fasha.
Thank you, Shakil. And Dr. Sharina, as we are running out of time, so it's so sad though, because I have like a lot of questions still on my iPad, but that's fine. I apologize to the participant that we could not answer all questions, but you guys can, you know, reach out to Dr. Sharina and Shakil via email or whatever platform that you think easier for them to answer your question. I think, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Shakir and Dr. Sharina, for a fruitful sharing and engaging discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Misha.
So yeah, let's move on to our next session, session 3, topic harnessing and protecting natural resources in Malaysia. We have 3 speakers for this session from 3 different organizations with 3 different exciting initiatives. So I would like, without further ado, I would like to welcome Ms. Chia Wenshin from Green Yards to deliver her presentation.
Hello, hi everyone. Morning everyone. Hold on, let me get my slide out. Can everyone see my slide?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So, hi, good morning everyone. My name is Wenshin from Green Yard. So, before I start my slide, just let me share something about myself. So I'm actually a person who enjoy a lot of outdoor activities very much since I was young. Since I decided to join in as a scout during my secondary school. You know, as a scout, how we usually like to do a lot of camping and a lot of outdoor activities. And there's one time where I remember very clearly where there's a campsite where we used to go every year. It suddenly becomes so dirty. Like what you study on the textbook, water pollution, deforestation, suddenly it's all real in front of me. So that's where when I start to pay more attention to environmental issue, I start to join some environmental conference, and then also I joined some activity like beach cleaning. And that's after that I decided to pursue my tertiary education in environmental science. So I actually graduated from Faculty of Pengajian Alam Sekitar from UPM, major in environmental science and technology. I graduated 4 to 5 years back, and at that time, initially I want to start my own business directly, but everyone around me tell me, no, Wenshin, you need to get a job first before you can start your own business. You know, like when there's peer pressure, you look at your friend, everyone got a job. So I thought, okay, yeah, maybe I should get a job as well. So I actually got a job. I worked for 5 months, but still deep in my heart, I know it's not what I want to do. And there's one time when I was scrolling Facebook during work, I saw this quote: 20 years from now, you'll be more disappointed by the thing that you didn't do by the one you did so. So I actually resigned and decided to turn one of my university project into a business. So first of all, we all love fried chicken and the french fry that came along it. all these fried food, they require a large amount of cooking oil during the preparatory process, same as like other food such as pisang goreng and so on. But what happened next to the used cooking oil? So I actually went out and surveyed 90% of the household in Malaysia. They don't know what to do with the used cooking oil. They actually dump it into a drain, the sink. Some of them even dump it into a toilet bowl, which I'm not sure why they say if they dump it into a toilet bowl, when they flush, it's all cleaned away together. I was like, okay, interesting. And in Malaysia alone, there's 220 million liters of used cooking oil being dumped into the drain each year, which is equivalent to 88 Olympic-sized swimming pool. And this is some of the news that Majlis Perbandaran Klang actually spent close to 6 million to remove the hardened cooking oil from drain. And this is another news where Majlis Bandaraya Shah Alam, they need to manually clean up the drains caught by oil and rubbish dumped by restaurant. And this is just in Klang and Shah Alam alone. How about other places? How if we could save all the oil from polluting our environment and make it into good use? So at Green Yards, we are inspired to reduce water pollution by providing a grease collection services, where we actually offer grease collection services to both household and restaurant. And then the oil that we collected will be reprocessed into eco products such as candles, soap bar, and cleaning powder. In addition, we also do workshops to teach people how to make their used cooking oil soap. So what makes us different from others? So we are a closed sustainable loop itself. First of all, when you actually cook and then you produce a used cooking oil, we collect it, reprocess it, and make it into pretty product and usable product, and then sell back to the community. So these are some of photos of collection point. And these are some photos when we go out to Pasar Malam and some household to collect the oil. There's some of the workshop. So this is actually our regular products. And in addition, we also do customization of products, such as this, where we actually customize is for corporate or event for wedding, where they can actually raise the awareness among their guests as well. Now, a lot of people ask me, Wenshin, where do you get the idea from? How do we even relate used cooking oil to soap? Because soap is something people use to clean out oil. And isn't it weird to make soap from oil to clean out oil? So I actually get the idea from Google. Yes. At this era, I actually believe that every single idea every idea that you think is brilliant, no one has done it, is actually somewhere in the corner of the other world. People are doing it, just that without you knowing, or maybe it's not that common in Malaysia. So for example, where you can Google what can you do with plastic, how to reuse plastic. And I believe that you have seen some of this. You can make it into pencil case, phone holder, flower pot, and so on. Or even when you do it when you Google what can you do with aluminum can, you can make it into craft. And then also even some necklace, some pretty craft, and you can actually sell it as well. So why is that important for us is because there's only one earth that we have. There's one and only earth, and it's all back to us when we ignore all these environmental issues. So for example, when you actually throw one plastic into the waterways, it actually degrades, and then the fish eat it, and you eat the fish, and it's actually all back to us for what we do. And which environment you want your future generation to live on, either the left one or right one. I will just leave you all with one question today. If there's one thing that you could do today to help protect the environment, what would that be? Just stop and think about the impact that we are having on the planet and system around us. Think about how you are living your life, how much waste you are producing, how far are you traveling, what food you eat, and what are you buying. Is this significant? And it can all make a difference with just small little action that you take. So try to influence others to think the same way on pressure on corporation, or ask your retailer, can they actually provide more eco-friendly solution for you? And most people haven't thought about it. It's tricky to persuade people to rethink their worldview and their habits, but it is all what needs to us for a change, because alone we can do so little, but together we can create a greener world for children. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Ms. Chia, for the presentation. So bubbly. The Q&A will be conducted at the end of this session.
Yep.
So to participants, keep sending the question in the chat function. Let us move to our next speaker. Oh yeah, we want to fly to Sabah now. I invite Ms. Norida Samad from the Partners of Community Organization in Sabah to deliver her presentation. Please welcome.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Hi. Good morning. My name is Norida Samad from Kampung Datong, and I am the coordinator for Sungai Loy Indigenous Community Conservation Area Project. As you can see, that is my slide. So next. Yes. Before I go further, I explain a bit about the organization which I work with. Pakos Trust is actually partners of community organization in Sabah. So this this organization was founded in 1987, mainly dedicated to supporting indigenous people in Sabah, empowering indigenous communities through capacity building and community organizing, support network of indigenous communities who are protecting and promoting their resources and indigenous system. So next, sorry. In PACOS, we have 5 program and units, which is land right, territories and natural resources, socioeconomy and community enterprising, education research and traditional indigenous knowledge, media and communication, and last one is community organizing, youth and gender development. So I will go further on land right, territories and natural resources. Next. Yes, as you can see in the map, there is where my office is located, Kampung Sungai Loy, northern of Sabah. And next, yes, this is the scenery of our remaining intake mangrove forest. So today I will talk about the mangrove forest. Next, which is I'm working with, yes. So in the mangrove forest, we highly depended on the mangrove resources, not only the food resources, herbs for medication, materials for housings, and apart from food or the materials, we can so found any wild animal. And in this area, we have few protected species like a proboscis monkey, which is now they are like suffered because this area were destroyed. And in this area also, what we have is our second place. So my community is still practicing the traditional beliefs. So this second place is very important for us lah. So next. Next please, thank you. Yes. As you can see in the pictures, these are the main threat that we're facing here in Sungai Elo. We have 6 villages here. The one is large-scale plantation, oil palm, as you know, acacia mangrove plantation, and the one is the prawn farm, which is the biggest project in Malaysia. I believe that you know this project, which is very famous in Malaysia. Okay, so I will only focus on the mangrove area. So next. Yes, as you can see in the map, also I show another map. If you look into the map, the blue line is the remaining area and some degraded area is located there. And now the red line, top of the blue line, is now also managed by our community. And estimation of this area is around 100 acres something. Yes, we don't know the actual size of this area. And now, because of this project, this prawn project, now we have very small place to look for natural resources. And now we have limited area also. In this area, like I said before, we have 7 to 10 second place, which is very important to the community to practice our traditional practices. Because when this second place also destroyed, so there is no chance, or there is no way we can practice our traditional knowledge. Next. Okay, this is the background of the project. The company is called Sunlight Inno Seafood, which is appointed by the government, has begun fulfilling the mega project prawn breeding ponds in 2012 in our Tombono community territories. But it's actually not only my ethnic. There is 2 another ethnic, which is Rungus and Suluks, which impacted by this project. The destruction of mangrove forests that are very large and affecting our livelihood. Disruption of ecosystem, disposal of water, wastewater from the shrimp ponds, polluted our river. And these wildlife habits are also threaten the destruction of their habits, like I said before lah. Next. Yeah. You can go next up to, I only want to show you the pictures how the situation in the mangrove forest, what is happened there. Yes. Next again. Yeah. So now I will talk about our communities. So after these projects will come up and operation in our river, we form a task force consisting of 6 villages in 2015 to protect this remaining mangrove. Even though, as you can see in the map before, there was a degraded area in our protecting area now, but we try to conserve that area and we try to restore that area as before. So what we do is, like in the picture, we put some signboard to show to the people that you want to protect this area. Next. Yeah, we replant the degraded area, restoration of the degraded area. We started this activity since 2016, and we already have collaboration with not only from our villages, from the neighboring villages, but we also receive team from Youth Malaysia, WWF from China, International Rally, and NGOs and government agencies will help us to replant the degraded areas. So basically what we do is we organize some activity, we gather people to help us to replant the mangrove seed. Next. Yeah, this is what I said just before. in the second place. Documentation of indigenous knowledge of Tembono community. Why this important? Because we can only do these traditional practices in the second place, which is only found in the mangrove forest. So this ritual, we call it momokan, a way we speak to the entities we know and believe occupying the area. This ritual were done at the second place, which only found in the mangrove area. That's why we fought so that this area is not destroyed, because one is destroyed, our traditional knowledge and practices vanish too. Our community is still holding on the traditional knowledge. So it's very difficult to like close our eyes, just let the mangrove area wholly destroyed, because it's part of our life. So we have to fight, we have to struggle to maintain this area, to protect this area lah. Next. Okay, one of another initiative that we have is development of community protocol for inclusive governance of our territories. These community protocols basically is from our adat, our customary law lah. We put it in the document. These community protocols become a guideline to everyone when entering the mangrove area. This document consists the rule and regulation that must be followed and respected by the communities in the G6, the 6 villages that I mentioned just now, outsiders, government agencies, academics, and other stakeholders which have their interest in this area. For us, why we establish this document, because it's vital to avoid the destruction happen again in the future. Because for now, even though that it's only done by the community, but still we have something to show to the others that there is rules and regulations once you enter the place. So unlike the before, they can do anything just what they want in the area. They have to follow certain rules so that we can still protect the area, but people still can access to that area. Okay, next. Okay, engagement and networking with CSOs, NGOs, media, and others community. Yes, that is what we do. One of our strategies to overcome these issues. Since this situation happened, the project was operating in our area, we receive help and make networks with various parties at any level, from our communities at state levels until the regional level, until the international support. As you can see in the slides, the Forest People Program, we have this FFM, Fact Finding Mission in 2016. So we have network with among communities, NGOs locally and internationally. This fact-finding mission with the Suhakam, Human Rights Commission Malaysia. And the report was published in the Regional Conference on Human Rights and Agribusiness 2016 or 17, if I'm not mistaken. You can access the video. Maybe you can see the link there. You can access the video at the link given. So impact and, no, next, sorry. Impact and way forward. At 2000,
Miss Norida, I think
Yes.
I'm afraid that you have to wrap up now because we
Okay,
are...
sorry. Yeah, this is the last one.
Great.
So what we do is we have like a hope from the former Agriculture and Food Industry Ministers, Datuk Jun Wong, who say they will no more expansion area because the destruction was massive already. And we have this carbon stock studies with SERP, and now we are still working on the documentation of Tembono indigenous knowledge. And still, for now, we are advocating, we are campaigning, and sharing our struggle with other communities to inspire them that importance of territories and how important to protect our resources. So, yeah, thank you. Terima kasih. That's all.
Thank you, Miss Norida. Are you
Yes.
sitting at your veranda there? I hope
Yes.
that you don't fall.
No.
It looks dangerous to me. Be
Oh no, it's
careful there.
only
So yeah,
it's our
let's
veranda.
move on to our next speaker from Eco Nights, Mr. Amirul Ridwan. Please welcome.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Amirul Rizwan. I'm I'm from Econites. Currently, I'm coordinating one of the main project for Econites, which is the River of Life Malaysia River of Life project, River of Life. So, without further ado, I'm going to start my slide. Okay. Right. Okay. So a bit information, a bit intro about me is I've been working with Econite since 2016. On 2016, I started as an intern, and apart from that, I'm learning how I'm also coordinating some of the program that we have. For example, like Anugerah Hijau, and also Kuala Lumpur Eco Film Festival. But after a few months of internship, Econite decided to absorb me to be part of the main team. And currently, until now, I'm being still around with Econite lah. Okay, so for today, what I'm going to present is about applying a theory of change to riverine community. Okay. All right. So first of all, when we were assigned to lead, to coordinate a program River of Life public outreach program, we were thinking about what is the best way to, I would say, to influence people, especially to encourage changes in their lifestyle. So, and then we also working apart from the river. In this River of Life, we also working partnering with one of the consultants, the main consultant for River of Life, which is the ERE Consulting, and they are suggesting about this theory of change. And it's kind of fascinating us because when we want to do things, we're not sure what is the best way to approach in the long term. So when they're suggesting this theory of change, and it make us click that, oh, I think we should have this kind of this kind of level when we're doing certain things. So over here, as you can see, is the theory of change that we are applying to some of our project. Okay, the first level of this theory is awareness. Basically, we want to create awareness to the people, to the target group. For example, like we want to create, we just about sharing a knowledge, just something like telling people don't throw rubbish, something like throwing rubbish. Maybe we do a bit like a talk, a trauma to the community itself. And then the second one, the participation here, what does it mean is the target community join some of our program. For example, that we're doing more like a hands-on kind of activity, like perhaps like a gotong royong, and also maybe a workshop, something like that. So they learn and then they do it, and then they're practicing during the session. And then the third one is the action. Action is what this mean is where they're applying whatever they learn from the participation and awareness phase to their life, to their own. For example, like they learn about how to producing their own compost, which they turn their food waste into something that they can use, or maybe they turn into ecoenzyme, or maybe they recycle their used cooking oil. So basically, in this action, is they start to doing something within themselves. And lastly, that's the hardest part of this theory of change is to empower the community. So the empower part is where whatever they have been doing, they will be shared to other community. We also they're able to sustain themselves and so on. So these 4 phases are the phase that we always trying our approach when we reaching out to the community. Okay, however, as you can see on the bottom part is the level of responsibility. As you can see that Econuts, the level of responsibility for Econuts is quite huge, especially on the first 3 phases. This is because we want to create the interest of the community. So when we want to build the interest, we want to build the, what we say, their knowledge about how they can do to protect our environment. And then over time, when they reach into the empower, the responsibility of them gonna grow bigger and bigger. So this is the part where they are starting to be empowered and able to sustain themselves. Okay. So for the all right, as I mentioned about River of Life, it was initiated in 2012, and it's focusing Sungai Kelang and 7 tributaries within the Klang Valley. Econuts was selected as one of the partners with the Society Group on 2017. So on 2017, the project itself started in 2012, whereby it's more focused on the construction work. They focus on I would say the very least public outreach program on this project. However, in 2017, this project have been increasing. The public outreach program have been increasing in bigger scale. So, in focusing, I think it's about in this public outreach program there is about 5 or 6 because one of the phases is split into 2. So and then discovering most of the tributaries within these rivers. And the River of Life also, the public outreach program also focusing on the general public, local communities, and education institute. There is also another target group, but that one is more focused on by our partners. Right. So for the River of Life, even though it's a big scale, for Econuts and ERE, we are more focusing on the southern part of Kuala Lumpur, whereby the 2 main rivers that we are focusing is the Sungai Kelang and also Sungai Krayung. Okay, so one of the target group, which is the community, this is some part that what we have been doing based on our theory of change. So to create awareness, we organizing a community dialogue with them. So we're telling them what is our situation with the rivers and get some feedback from them, from the community representative, and also just to learn, basically to build rapport with them, to build a relationship with them. And then after that, we also creating a communication group where most of the community will learn, we will share about our posters, our template, our news about the rivers and them. So just to give them some ideas on what is happening around us. And then the second one, the participation, where we're organizing a capacity building workshop. So over here, we want, at the end of this project, we aiming for the community to start one community project that can help our environment. For example, like this one, we have one of the community that doing, we're doing a community garden. We want them to adopt a piece of land next to the river. So this area have been kept from littering or any kind of pollution source. And then also we launched environmental related classes. We invited some of the kids from this community to come and also to join our outdoor classes. And then the third part is the action, where the community will launch their community project. So if the community are interested to do gardening, then we launch on the phase. And then after that, we also, when they already started the community project, we also want to encourage some other volunteers, at least to help them out to starting this project over here. And then lastly, the empowering part. I will not say this is the most successful, but we have some of the community that already started empowered. We link up when one of the community already we feel that they can sustain themselves, they can start their own, and then without much of the Econuts involvement, then we start to link them up with other community and government agencies. So when they are linked up with the other communities, then this is giving them chance to be promoted with any of the grant opportunities. Okay, and then the second one, the Anugerah Hijau. This Anugerah Hijau is actually a school competition that we focusing on the secondary school. But for this year around, this year and I think previous before we combine the Anugerah Hijau with River of Life, it covers also the tertiary and also the primary school. Okay, so however, this Anugerah Hijau, this competition is only a year-long kind of project compared to like the previous with the community project. It take about more than 4 years, 2 to 4 years to see the impact. But the Anugerah Hijau one is more like a very short one. So we only focusing on these 3 main component, which is first is the awareness, where we're doing a promotion to the school, we go to the school, we give them the environmental talk, we also have a quiz, and then we giving out some merchandise to encourage the student to be involved in. And then on the participation level, the school, if they are interested to join this competition, they are required to send us a proposal. So they will say that, for example, like one of the theme of the year was recycling. So we want to see how the school manage their recycling program within their campus. So they will say they will draft a proposal, and then they send to us, and then we see, oh, this is like a really interesting kind of approach. So they are selected to be the finalists to one of our workshop. So when they are selected as a finalist, they will learn more about with some of our mentors. They learn more in detail and how they can improve about their projects. And then we granted them with a micro grant to kickstart their campus project. So with this, there is a participation, and then they start to do, they start to improve, and then they will start to do some action, which goes to the next level. The school will launch their sustainability program at their campus, and then they're able to continue when they run their program. So they started to do anything that they can to win this competition. So and then the school will start, for example, if they're doing the recycling, they will start recycling. They start to collect as much of the paper, of the bottle, whatever they can do depending on the team, and then they will present it at the last stage of this competition, where they're able to showcase how they successfully deliver their program over the course of this after the workshop until the finalists until the
General, I'm afraid that you have to wrap up.
Okay, sure. All right. Okay. So almost there. Then the student able to present about what they have done, and then after they presented well, then they win some prizes which they can either to expand their school projects or otherwise, or whatever the school need lah for the use of the money. Okay, based on the outcome, we able to get 8 communities to run our community project, and about 500 meters of river bank have been adopted by this community. And some of the community not just only doing the gardening, they also doing a collection point for used cooking oil. For Anugerah Hijau, since 2017 we start with the project with River of Life. We get more than 20 schools participated in terms of like doing the roadshow and also being a finalist. And right now, 500 schools able to continue the project. And since 2017 too, there's about 2,800 kilos of solid waste and 920 liters of used cooking oil have been collected. And I think when they start their school project also, they able to generate 3,600 ringgit just in 2 months. I think this is one of the year that they collectively, this is the amount that they get. Okay, so this is some of the appendixes. This is some of the program that we do with the community. The first two on the left, top left, is our used cooking oil workshop, where we teach the community how to turn their used cooking oil into a soap. And then on the right, you can see there's we bring in the student to go. We bring in the kids to the one of the community, and the bottom part is the community garden that they have been launched. And this is the Anugerah competition. The first row, there's we doing the road show, and then on the right we doing a finalist workshop, and then the bottom part is the award ceremony. So I think that's all from me. I hope this session has been a lot of input for you guys. I hope it get you some ideas about how we can approach best with the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amirul. Thank you to all speakers for your presentations. I am so surprised that we have such a great effort from young people to secure our environment. You see, from the green yards, we have on recycling used oil for products. From Paku, we have the indigenous people of Sabah effort on protecting mangrove area. And we have Econites on their Riverine of Life work project. So, are you guys ready for the Q&A session?
Yeah, absolutely.
I have like a list of questions from the participants to all speakers, and also I have questions from my own notes. Okay, so yeah, while we let Mr. Amirul catching up his breath, I would like to start the question to Miss Chia Wen Chin. We have a question from our participant. We don't want you to reveal a business secret, but what can actually normal people do with their used cooking oil? Can we sell it to you, or what we can do with our cooking oil?
I actually answered the question in the chat. We don't really have any big business secrets. We also even teach people how to make their product, as Econite also is one of our collection. They actually supported us at the very beginning when we started our project. We have one collection point at Econite. Thank you, Econite. You can actually drop the used cooking oil to the collection point of Econite, and then also we offer free collection for minimum of 25 kg, and you can actually get some free product as exchange when you actually recycle your oil with us.
Sorry, I'm not clear. I guess the other question is, where do you actually get the sources of the used oil to produce your product?
We collect from both household and restaurant. For household, we have collection point. For restaurant, we actually give them a container. When the oil is full, then we go over to collect.
How do we like reach out to you? I mean, if this restaurant wanted to sell or give their used oil to you, how do you approach them, or what's the mechanism?
They can actually go to our website and then just send up a pickup request, and then we will attend to them shortly.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Chin. So yeah, the next question to Ms. Norida. I want to know really, how do you able to gather or influence the indigenous people at your place to work on this initiative?
Okay. Actually, from the 2012 until now, we actually move in a small group. Yeah, it's very difficult to like bring the whole community in this movement. But even though we are moving in the small groups, but it's bring a huge impact for me. For now, the awareness of the communities from the G6, the 6 villages and the neighboring village is like become more and more in positive way. As you can see during the MCO, the mangrove areas become there is more high like fishermen activities. People were more depending on that area to look for resources and for cash. So now, looking into that situation, now the support from the communities become more and more good. They are willing to participate in any program that we organize. So it's which is very good for our team. Even at the beginning, we're moving in a small team, but by time to time, the awareness of the communities keeping rising and rising. So they support our program lah in time.
Great, great. Yeah. All right. So for Mr. Emerald, I wanted to ask just now from your presentation, there are part where says participation of Anugerah Hijau granted a micro grant. So how does the young people could reach to the call for this micro grant for them to start up the campus sustainable project?
Okay, I think I would say that this micro grant is actually one of the incentive how the campus that can start their own recycling program or whatever environmental program that they have. I think one of the challenges that have been happening with the I think in the school in generally, I think there is some sort of funding, and same like NGOs, they also having trouble of getting all these extra resources that they can use to improve their campus. So I would say that the micro grant is actually is also a selling point for this competition itself, and also is giving them a chance to actually realize whatever the school, if the school that really interested to champion in this environmental or sustainable campus, then I would say this is I would say one of our main priorities of putting the micro grant for them to kickstart the program. So yeah.
Yeah, going back to Miss Shin, I saw that you are enjoying being a young social entrepreneur. Do you engage with other sustainable group or other young social entrepreneur or whoever that has mutual interest with you? For example, like, do you have any engagement like Econites or?
Yes. As I mentioned just now, we have one of collection point at Econite, and then for other social entrepreneur group, I was previously part of the participant of Magic SE Accelerator program. This is the place where I get everything started and get to meet a lot of like-minded people where they work on a lot of different social issues such as maybe poverty, and then also have the B40 and community and also orang asli. There's a support group that I have right now where we actually help out each other and we share our problem with each other. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I hope that you stay, you will follow us until tomorrow, Ms. Shin, because tomorrow we'll have session with the young social entrepreneur. It could be valuable to all of us. So yeah, Mr. Emerald, we have question from our participant asking about, he has been a part of WWF Eco School program. Do you know the difference between Econites program and Eco School program?
Okay. About this, I'm not really sure, but I did know that WWF has already done the same program, this eco school for quite some time. But I just not sure how in which part that we can compare within each other. Because I'm not familiarized with the eco school kind of mechanism. But perhaps I think WWF approaching school in a different kind of way. Some second is about more like adapting the school to be part to championing their own environmental cause. But for us, for Econets, the Anugerah Hijau is more like a competition itself. We want the school to compete which one is the best school that they can have the best sustainable campus within the region.
Okay. Yeah, I see that Mr. Norida has answered one of the participant question on how the community managed to fight off the self-interest of the private companies. So yeah, your answer is keep pushing them that they can open the whole area, where we went to related agency, including the former Sabah, to send former Sabah CM to send our memorandum. Do you want to add anything to it?
Oh, it's okay. That's the answer. Yeah.
And yeah, from me, I would like to know what are the range of age for those indigenous people that join PACOS.
It can be from the children. There is no like children, youth, women and men. Yes, all are included. No one is left behind.
Wow, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
No one is left behind.
Yes. Even in the community, we take that quote is no one is left behind. So we include everyone in our program.
Thank you, Ms. Norida. So I guess we have one more question to Ms. Chin. Are there any substitute to cooking oil that people can use at a lower environmental cost? Do you have suggestion or for us?
This I'm not sure about the substitution, but I think if you are doing like normal stir fry without using a lot of cooking oil, and also when you do a healthy diet with less oil, I don't think there's a problem with cooking oil, because you only have a lot of leftover oil when you use to fry food. So even if you are frying food, the problem is not with the oil itself, it's about how you dispose the oil. Yes. So I think it's more of managing your first personal diet if you want to avoid this problem. If you still love fried food, maybe you just can think of the way that or how you dispose the oil ethically. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Shin. I think that would be all for this session. I would like to thank to all speakers for very good, such a great effort from the young people to secure the environment. Oh, hang on, we have one last question before we end to Ms. Norida about the traditional costume. Oh, yeah, what are you wearing? Do you mind to share? And I would really wanted to know, where are you sitting now?
Okay, I'm sitting at our veranda actually, but there's a scenery. Yeah, as you can see. And this is
Wow. Are you
our
using your
traditional
mobile phone?
costume. Yes, I'm using my mobile phone.
So that's your traditional costume.
Yes, traditional costume, Tembonuo.
Tombonuo. Wow.
Yes, Tembonuo. My ethnic is Tembonuo.
So pretty. I like the one on top of your head.
This one? This. Yeah, we call it Banglu.
All right. Is that all, Alia? Yeah. So thank you, everyone. I hope that you guys continue doing the great things that what you are doing right now, and don't forget to engage with other, reach out to other groups as well. So yeah, thank you very much. So
Okay, thank you.
yeah, we are moving on to our last session for this last session of the National Scene session, Youth Towards 2050. For this session, we have two speakers, Ms. Nalita Omar and Ms. Aini Suraya. Both of them will talk about the Progressive Malaysia 2050 for the youth and ASEAN Foresight for Youth. I think without further ado, shall we just invite Ms. Nalita Omar to present her, deliver her presentation.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, Moderator. My name is, as you mentioned, Nelita Omar, and I'll be taking you through a few slides from the work that we did for the Ministry of Youth and Sports a few years ago. Let me share with you my screen. Okay, so the work that we did was essentially crowdsourcing youth aspirations for the long-term future for Malaysia. It was called the 2050 Youth Canvas. And the idea really was to reach out to as many youth as possible in order to build the next long-term vision document for Malaysia. As you know, as Malaysians, we're quite used to long-term thinking and long-term policy building and development. And so the last long-term policy document was Vision 2020. And so I thought, okay, most vision setting documents were quite top-down in nature. So what would it have been like if we had gone down to the ground and asked people what they would want to see in the next vision setting document? And so just before 2020, we knew that with Vision 2020 ending, what was going to come next. So we asked ourselves, how would people want their lives as Malaysians to change? What would they want Malaysia to look like in the next 30-year period? And what kind of future would they want their sons and daughters and granddaughters and grandsons to inherit? So throughout 2017, a team of us from the Ministry of Youth and Sports went out to answer this question. So we held widespread engagement sessions with youth, which is about 15 to 40-year-olds all over Malaysia. All right. Okay. So it was a very proactive engagement in the sense that it wasn't a static engagement that people responded to just online, for instance. Of course, we had online channels, but we also actively went down to the ground and had dialogues with people in real life in various town hall sessions all over Malaysia. So by the end of that engagement period, we reached almost 2 million 15 to 40-year-olds through various channels, both online and physical. And they came from all sorts of backgrounds, from students to blue-collar workers to entrepreneurs and everything else in between. We went to all states. We went to several spots in every state. We made sure that we spoke to a cross-section of ethnicities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and every other demographic parameter that we thought of at the time. In these engagements, that we canvassed people's ideas, there were over 60,000 specific aspirations that we received. So as you can imagine, it covered a huge range of policy areas, and of course there were some overlaps because many people wanted the same things. But yeah, it was really interesting and impressive to see the huge number of aspirations about a huge number of topics. So I think when we came into the engagement series at this initiative, we had assumed that there would be maybe like the few normal areas that people would talk about. But when we actually went down, it was really amazing. The number of issues that were really important to the people that we spoke to. So, sorry, let me just get to the next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, we collected about 60,000 specific aspirations that people would want to see put down in a national vision document. In our conversations with the people that we reached out to, there was a huge recognition that the world has really changed. I mean, if we had done this exercise in the 1980s when Vision 2020 was first written, I think there would have been very, very different forces that would have been expressed by the youth. So when we went out in 2017, of course, this is pre-COVID, yeah, very much before COVID-19. These were the concerns or the issues or the trends that most came up. So the rise of China, for instance, came up. Even then, the rise of the gig economy, or basically the decline of full-time employment also came up. Increased polarization came up all the time. Racial polarization, as well as other forms of polarization within and outside Malaysia. The concept of an aging population, or rather the trend of the aging population, was definitely mentioned as well. There were a lot of concerns there about what kind of country would we be for an aging population, whether there would be social protection for the elderly, for instance. Of course, automation and AI came up a lot. There was quite a bit of concern about job security because of automation and AI. And of course, natural resources scarcity, as well as climate change, came up also in a lot of forms, more than we have. So across all the aspirations that we received, what was the Youth Canvas 2050 in a nutshell? So I think it's fair to say that we are still products of previous national visions and national documents. And so there was still, at that time, a very strong leaning towards wanting economic growth and economic development, which was the very prominent theme in our previous economic vision, national vision documents. And so that did come out quite a bit during our engagement sessions. But also, there was a great emphasis on sustainability, much more than that would have been reflected in previous vision documents that we have seen. There was a lot of emphasis on societal cohesion as well, especially between the races. And there was a big emphasis on social justice, in the sense that no one should be left behind. So as you can gather, it was the 60,000 specific aspirations that we received. It ran the gamut, and of course, you could cut it in many different ways. We ended up grouping them into around four discrete themes. So the first theme, as I mentioned, we were still at that time very much thinking ahead about being a nation of global innovators. And what I mean by that is that there were aspirations around Malaysia being globally competitive. They want to see Malaysian companies as world leaders in a range of industries. There was a sense of wanting also Malaysia to have a global mindset, that Malaysia consistently measures itself against global benchmarks. There was interestingly also a sense of wanting to produce produce difference or impact globally. So there were quite a few aspirations around wanting to see Malaysian figures on the world stage, both economically as well as politically. But the sense was just wanting to see Malaysian figures on the world stage making a difference. Some of the aspirations also came in the form of targets, which we enjoyed. In this theme, of course, I think one of the most straightforward targets are wanting Malaysia to be among the top 20 in global competitiveness rankings. The idea of wanting to see Malaysian-born brands or companies in certain sectors such as IT and services. There was also a sense of wanting Malaysia not only to be a leader in old economic sectors. There was also a sense of wanting Malaysia to produce innovation globally, and so there was a target of wanting Malaysia to be among the top 10 in global innovation indexes. Now, the second theme that we can group the aspirations around is for Malaysia to be an equitable nation. And so many of the sub themes that came out was firstly wanting Malaysia to be more inclusive. So when people were thinking ahead, we heard repeatedly that they wanted people to be able to participate in society. So they did not want people to be held back because of ethnicity or gender or age or location. That came up quite a lot, especially when we took our engagements to places outside of the Klang Valley. And physical ability, in the sense that nobody with a disability should not be able to contribute to society. Because we made sure that we went out of the Klang Valley as often as we could, there was a great theme around balanced distribution. So there was a sense that we got that regional disparities were greatly felt by the youth, especially in East Malaysia. And so there was an aspiration for regional disparities to be greatly reduced. There should not be a sense that there is a marked difference between West Malaysia, East Malaysia, or in Peninsula North versus South, for instance, or Central. The final sub-theme that we could see was that most people wanted humane basic standards. So there was a sense that at that time that the minimum, the lines that we had, the poverty line, what was considered to be a minimum wage or a living wage, was not sufficient. So there was an aspiration that in 30 years' time, no one should fall below any line in any measure of deprivation or social mobility, which means that everybody should have a certain standard of living, even if they are considered to be on the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. So some of the noteworthy targets that we received here. So, I mean, there were definitely quite a number of youth that we spoke to who engaged in policy thinking, and many wanted the poverty line at that time to be made much more broad. And so there was mention of multidimensional poverty indexes to be much more in use, and for us to aim towards having zero or minimal deprivation according to that broader index. There was a sense, of course, that income distribution could be a lot better. So they wanted to see progressive improvements in the Gini coefficient over time. There was also a sense that today's economy is structured such that there is more frequent economic shocks, financial shocks to the individual and to the household. And so there was a big aspiration around wanting 100% social protection coverage in the case of any kind of economic disruption, as including unemployment. All right. The third separate theme that we could group the aspirations under were around how the country deals with its natural resources. So we received quite a few aspirations that wanted to see a much more sustainable use of resources. There was a sense that that current ways that we produce, that we consume, that we design our public infrastructure and the way we live could be made much more sustainable and at least mindful of how much resources is being used. And so there was a great push towards having a much more sustainable use of resources in the next 30 years. Of course, there's also a great sense of how much the effect of pollution and overdevelopment was, was being felt in certain areas, especially on forests and on seas. So there was a significant sub-theme around environmental preservation. There was also a sense that tied these two together and we grouped it under long-term outlook. There was a sense that the sustainable use of resources and environmental preservation also had to be guided by a sense of stewardship. So people wanted to be able to see that the country had in its policies this underlying theme of recognizing that we need to take care of our food security as well as our energy security. So some targets here that are noteworthy. There was a target proposed by a few youth of wanting to have an energy efficient nation. So in terms of an energy intensity index, they wanted it to be proven to have less than 1 over the next 30 years. There was also a target proposed by a few youth groups of wanting to see major cities like KL, JB, Penang to be amongst the top 20 of sustainable cities globally in terms of energy consumption as well as in terms of design. And finally, I think, and this was it's a bit of a moonshot, but why not, right? A group of youth also proposed for Malaysia to aim to become a carbon neutral nation by 2050. And the final theme that we can group the aspirations into is to be a thriving and diverse society. As I mentioned earlier, the issue of polarization came up quite a bit as a concern. And so one of the themes, that we can group the aspirations into is to have diversity celebrated. So there was a sense that ethnic and religious diversity could be easily exploited. And so there was an aspiration that instead of it being exploited, that there is a societal feeling that it should be respected and appreciated. There was a sense of wanting to have a strong national identity in that Malaysians have a common bond and feel a strong sense of belonging in the country. There is also a sub-theme of wanting to have closer interaction, because there was a recognition that because we can be in our own ethnic bubbles, that that interaction should be proactively increased. And so there was an aspiration for Malaysians to be able to really work, play, and learn together in a way that is much more structured than it is currently. So some of the aspirations here are not as, let's say, quantitative as the others, because necessarily because of the subject matter. But I think some of these could be shaped as a qualitative target. So for many, they wanted to see that racial polarization is not something that is allowed to fester. It is actively recognized and combated. There was also an aspiration for most Malaysians to be trilingual, because there was a recognition that language is a great divider sometimes, especially in diverse countries such as ours. And so there was an aspiration to have people embrace more languages that are not their mother tongue. And finally, there was an interesting proposal for Malaysians to volunteer a portion of their time to a form of a national service called community service, where their people can interact with, have closer interaction with people that they would normally not really meet in their daily life bubbles. Okay, so we had this initiative run for about a year, and in 2017, I think we can all agree, which was the year when we had this initiative run, is very different from 2020. If we were to run this initiative right now, I think there would be very, very different emphasis in what people want to see. So I think just as a impartial observer and as somebody who was involved in the project and went through several in-person dialogues with youth groups, I think some of the potential differences if we run this now. Firstly, I think there would be a lot more emphasis on wanting to have an equitable country, on wanting to have better social protection systems, and perhaps even better employment structures. So I think the freelance or the gig economy is here to stay, but how we manage it and whether people can get reskilled or upskilled to other types of jobs will be a very important theme in the coming years, because of the insecurity concerns that have come due to COVID. I think, secondly, I think there will be a deeper examination of the purpose of economic development or growth. So in 2017, as I mentioned, we are byproducts of previous economic eras. And so there was a sense of wanting growth, perhaps for the sake of growth itself. But now—
Sorry, you have 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. But now I think there is a sense of what is the growth for? How is it going to be distributed, or how is it going to trickle down? I think that's going to come through a lot more if we were to have this initiative now. And finally, I think there would be a deeper examination of how migrant workers and the stateless fit into the current idea of what our country is. So in 2017, it didn't come through as much, but in 2020, for good or for bad, I think it will become a much bigger discussion. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nalita Omar. For participants, keep sending the question in the chat function. Let us move to our last speakers for this session, Ms. Aimi Suraya from ASEAN Foresight for Youth. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fasharina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Aimi Suraya. I'm the analyst for Bureau of International Affairs at the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. And I'm the officer in charge for ASEAN Foresight Alliance at the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. So can we have the slide? Okay, so just a little bit background of ASEAN. So it is home to more than 669 million of people, positioning ASEAN as the third largest market in the world. And also it is the, with the combined GDP, ASEAN making a fifth largest economy in the world, and it is projected to rank as the fourth largest economy by 2050. And then in 2018, ASEAN region is also has attracted foreign direct investment by 154.7 billion US dollar. Next slide, please. So this is the progress on sustainable development and health before COVID-19. Based on this SDG scorecard, you can see here that from the United Nations report, we are lagging behind in all 17 SDGs. Meaning that by 2030, we may not be able to achieve all 17 SDGs, except for maybe quality of education or industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Next, please. Now, this is the preparedness dashboard of Southeast Asian countries for COVID-19. As you can see here, we are not that well prepared in terms of human development and also in terms of health system. And the only thing that we are quite well prepared is in terms of connectivity, whereby the mobile phone subscription here, you can see that we have almost achieved quite all the dashboard here is green except for Laos. But this is only from the perspective of COVID situation. Now, here we can see the containment and mitigation measures across Southeast Asia. We can see that we have implemented almost all the measures across our Southeast Asia, except for the mass testing, declared state of emergency, declared lockdown, and declared curfew. And this is because maybe because of lack of funding. And we don't see that we need to do to implement all the other trees quite as strict as the one applied in other countries. Next, please. Now, so what is for the future of ASEAN? Now, for ASEAN, these are the 7 key challenges for the future of ASEAN that we need to overcome. There are governance challenges for businesses, inclusive growth and sustainable development, changing demographics, regional digital economy, new business models, economic integration, and also geopolitical stabilities and regional relationships. And to overcome these, for example, for governance challenges for businesses, in order for us to overcome this challenge, we need to have the digital innovation that will enable greater transparency and promote economic growth. And maybe if we want to overcome the, please go back, please. Sorry. And for the changing demographics, for example, maybe we can provide more education and training to the future generation in order to prepare the young people, the increasing demands of economics. Next. So if you look into all these challenges for ASEAN, so how ASEAN itself need to prepare in order to represent as one region? How are we going to deploy a new business model in ASEAN? So that's why we need to have a transformation from traditional to new economy. You can see here from resource focus to knowledge intensive, from labor intensive to high skill talents. All in all, we need to shift from one way of knowledge transfer to a two-way knowledge sharing. Here are some of the Malaysia experience and aspiration in Malaysia. We can see from this chart, it is quite complicated. In 2015, ASM has started this foresight study whereby we have mapped out how to achieve progressive Malaysia that is sustainable, harmonious, prosperous based on the 9 key drivers. Next. From these 9 key drivers, talent is where the importance of youth coming in, whereby we need more young people participating in foresight and also to acquire skills in order to prepare for the future. And we have education and training, green, sustainable and practices, urbanization and rise of megacities, economic growth and equitable distribution, STI capacity and competency, people and values, population and demographics, leadership and governance. Next. So this is just a little next. So from the map out just now, ASM has initiated the ASEAN Foresight Alliance, whereby we need to share the best practices among ASEAN member countries toward the vision ASEAN Community 2025, one vision, one identity, one community and beyond. Now the objective of this ASEAN Foresight Alliance is to introduce the foresight methodology tools to design the ASEAN strategic planning, to use ASEAN Foresight as the platform to connect all future planning into big picture of ASEAN's shared vision, and to assist and facilitate evidence-based future planning of ASEAN members in developing their national policies, strategies, and action plan, and also to cultivate experts among ASEAN members officials on future studies and foresight methodology. Next. These are just some of the past activities that we have done for ASEAN Foresight Alliance. Next. So how can youth participate and contribute in foresight? So what we want from youth is that youth nowadays play an important role in this in order for Malaysia and ASEAN itself to achieve both the economy and SDG goals. We encourage, this is because foresight will support the innovation ecosystem, whereby the innovation ecosystem will create jobs for the people who are ready, skilled, and future smart, and also those who have the knowledge and with the right skill will be able to use and leverage on this in order to compete with the global economy and to face the new work ethics in the future. Now it is predicted by 2030 there's going to be a new work ethic that is required, that is need for the youth to acquire and implement for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Aimi. So I'll let you catch your breath first.
Thank you.
Because she's just sitting beside me. So let us move to our first question to Ms. Nelita Omar. I think I have a list of the questions. Some are critical, but I think I'll go with my notes first with very fundamental. I'm not sure whether it's fundamental or simple maybe. I'm actually not clear because from the presentation you said that there were 60,000 youth aspiration that you able to gather. So I would like to know how this selection of this youth aspiration, like you came out with like few balls from this 60K of this aspiration. How does you come out with the selected version of aspiration?
Okay, so if you can imagine a situation where you have various online channels, you have several dialogues happening at any one time, all over the country. So we would have people who would collect the aspirations that were expressed through all these channels. We would make a textual analysis of all the aspirations that we receive. And based on the content of the aspirations, we'll be able to group them based on subject matter, based on the direction of the aspiration. So, what is it that they want to see? And we will be able, from the textual analysis, you'll be able to group them into into very specific buckets. How you piece those different buckets together, though, that is obviously an editorial decision. So as I said during my presentation, if a different group were to get the same categorizations of aspirations, they may want to tell the story a bit differently. But that was how we saw it. It's definitely an editorial decision.
Okay, great. So next question to Miss Nelita also. From our participant, he said that we emphasizing on global competitive, however we used to face the brain drain challenges. How can we correct this situation in your perspective?
I think the brain drain question also came up in our youth engagements. So I think there was the two notions are sometimes linked and talked about. I think the idea is that since this is a long-term policy document, one of the ways to limit brain drain is to have a much more vibrant economy in Malaysia itself, that you can either draw back people who have gone abroad or reduce the motivation to want to go abroad in search of better opportunities.
Okay, great. So moving on to Aini, we have a question for you. One of the biggest problem is the haze issue, and even though Singapore have tried to draft out a plan to solve this issue, and it has not been successful due to the political relation, how do you think this issue can be solved in ASEAN, which consists of countries with different priorities?
That's a good question. How can we resolve the issue of haze? This is why we initiate this ASEAN Foresight Alliance, whereby we can gather all the experts from the ASEAN countries, and we can see how they implement the policy methods on to resolve the issues. Maybe we can learn from them as well. That's one of the ways. This is the importance of ASEAN.
The next question to Ms. Nelita. An equitable nation is usually reachable. However, we are facing different politics propaganda. How do you think?
Is this a question about my personal opinion?
Yeah, probably you should give your personal opinion.
Well, okay. I mean, let's say, okay, I'm going to answer this as an ex-project manager of the Youth Canvas project, right? Yeah, how's that? Okay. I think if the Youth Canvas project was carried out during a time of 2020's political environment rather than 2017's political environment, I think that there would, and I'm guessing, okay, just based on what I remember from that experience, I'm guessing that people would would say that they would want to see much more bipartisan or non-partisan policy making. So I think there would have been a sense, especially, and the thing is, we can't discount the fact that you know, a world with COVID and a world before COVID has very, very different sensibilities. So I think if we had done it then with COVID, as well as with our political configurations right now, there would have been a sense that we need to really concentrate on what is important, and that would require people from different political parties to agree to decide on certain policy matters in the right direction.
Okay. All right. I personally, I don't have comment on that because that's a very complex question. So yeah, moving on to IME, how do we get more inclusive group of youth among ASEAN countries?
So we have this ASEAN Young Scientist Network, whereby they can join all the programs that has been that will be held in the future. And it is also one of the initiatives in ASEAN, whereby we want to gather more young scientists, researchers to involved in science and technologies for the future generation.
Does that mean, like just now we had a presentation from Malaysian youth delegation, and then we have other groups that are moving forward on same motion, like you inspire Malaysia, you inspire Alliance. How does this group, you know, be reach out for this ASEAN Foresight Alliance? Does they have to go through the ASEAN Young Scientists, or what is the mechanism?
Well, one of the mechanisms is that they can join ASEAN Scientist Network by involving with the activities that has been that is going to be done, as well as maybe they can participate by giving out what are their studies, research, and all those things.
See, I'm trying to understand the this ASEAN AFA.
Yeah.
This AFA is under the umbrella of ASM, or how could you tell us further on where is the direction of AFA? Where does it sit? It's under what umbrella of
It is under the umbrella of ASEAN, whereby we are going to have a proposal in order what is it going to be for the ASEAN 2050, and we will submit it to ASEAN for what are we going to implement to the ASEAN region itself. Yeah.
All right. The next question is for Ms. Nalita. In 2020, how do youth aspiration differ from aspiration of the older generation? Is there conflict? If yes, how this can be resolved?
Okay, the older generation. I think if I understand the question correctly, it is what would be the difference between aspirations of youth versus those above 30 or 40 years old. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I think okay. And this is my best guess. Since I have not seen any data on that, even from before 2020. But I think at the moment there would be an aspiration that Malaysia will become much more resilient. I think that will be the main commonality between any age group. So resilient in the sense that if anything like a pandemic ever comes again, that there would be things in place that would reduce people's financial shocks or employment shocks. there will be things in place that get us back to almost as close to normal daily life as possible. So I think that will be common across the board. What might be different though is an idea of what the country could be long term. So there could be more, I think, more of an aspiration for jobs and some kind of fulfillment from jobs by younger groups. And from older groups, I think there would be a stronger aspiration for having more protection. Since we are an aging population, what things are in place, not just financially, but in all sorts of domains, like housing design, for instance. What sort of regulations would be in place to help protect older generations, as well as make their lives more comfortable and secure?
Can we say this 2050 Youth Canvas Malaysia is like the subset of national transformation of 2050, or these two things are not connected to each other, or how?
I think the connection actually is more about whether or not people who make decisions around policy, people who write national vision policies and policy papers, take into account what younger generations want to see. So I think in any kind of policy document, there are always compromises that have to be made. And so how much of what the youth want actually appear in a policy paper, that would be up to the policymakers in charge.
Yeah, the next question goes to Ms. Aimi. How do youth in ASEAN, what is the difference between youth in ASEAN compared to youth in the rest of the world?
Pretty interesting question, youth in ASEAN and the rest of the world. Well, there's not much different, I think, but in order for youth in ASEAN to be more prepared, I think we need to acquire more skills and more knowledge so that we can, so that youth in the future can represent ASEAN as a region, and what they call this, to be prepared for what is coming for the next 10 to 20 years. So that's what I think.
Some of it probably the motion of these youth people. Probably youth in ASEAN, they have other motion and they have their own target. And the rest of the world are also the same. Don't you think that?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we have question to Miss Nelita. Any advice for the youth who are trying to be a change maker in the society? It is mentioned this morning that there is limited space for youth to develop, contribute politically, as they are often limited to youth agenda only rather than the whole decision-making process. What is your view on this?
Wow, that is a great question. Okay, so again, I'll take from the experience of doing the youth engagement for the year. I could see that it is not the same across the board, in the sense that some youth were able to influence agendas more than others. And I think the main difference is that some youth are much more attuned to what it takes to get change done. What are the messages to propagate, what channels to use, what kind of networks or coalitions that you need to build in order to influence the right people. So I don't think it is the case that it is the same, that all youth have limited space. I think that in every generation, from what I have seen, there are people who maybe because of their backgrounds, or maybe because they're just more in tune with how to organize around causes and communities, that they are able to influence agendas much more effectively than others. So my advice would be to, if you are a young person or a young person at heart, and you want to influence change, think about the process of change. Yeah, and apply it accordingly, because at the moment we are living in an age where actually it is much easier than it was ever before. There are channels that are quite democratic in a sense. Social media, for instance, if you use it well, you can build quite a big influential platform for yourself if you know how to go about building it.
Okay, that is great. Yes. There is no more question from our participant or viewers. And also, yeah, you have like addressed all my concerns and questions in my notes. I think we shall end this session. Thank you very much, Ms. Nelita and Ms. Aimi.
Thank you.
For a very insightful presentation. I personally learned a lot today. Thank you to all participants and also the viewers. I am sorry that if I did not, accommodate your question to be answered. Please, you could communicate directly to the speakers in any various form of social media or email. I think I would like to thank the organizer also for the opportunity for me to be part of this event. Thank you very much. I wish all of you have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Nurfa Sharina, for moderating that really interesting session. And thank you for all the speakers and the participants for joining us throughout the day. But we're not at the end yet. So we'll have an afternoon session after this break where you will hear from our global speakers. So we hope that you stay tuned.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you. On behalf of the Mahathir Science Award Foundation and the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, it is a pleasure to welcome all of you to this webinar, Observing the International Youth Day. Welcome back to those of you who were with us in the morning session. And for those of you who are just joining us this afternoon, thank you very much for taking your time to be with us. The afternoon session will provide a more international perspective on the future of the tropics. The Mahathir Science Award Foundation recognizes scientists, institutions, or organizations worldwide who have contributed impactful tropical research on the well-being of society. The Academy of Sciences Malaysia is an independent organization representing the scientific minds of Malaysia. ASM carries out strategic studies that are independent, evidence-based, reliable, and timely for the benefit of all. We are also proud to announce that ASM will be celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. The theme of International Youth Day 2020, Youth Engagement for Global Action, seeks to highlight the ways in which the engagement of youth is important in invoking change in the challenges that youth face globally. Our webinar today with the theme of Future of the Tropics, Youth for the Tropics, by youth, with youth, and for youth, aims to serve as an inspiration as well as a rallying call to encourage youth participation in national and international discourse. Without further ado, allow me to invite academician Dr. Mazlan Othman, Chair of TropSci 2021 Steering Committee, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day and welcome again to all of you to the series of webinars on the future belongs to the tropics. To those of you who have just joined us for the first time, allow me to give you some insight on our motivations for this ongoing, for organizing this webinar series on the future belongs to the tropics. Now, the countries in the tropics have gained significant success, but they still face challenges to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. What should be the path these countries need to take? Take Malaysia, for instance, a thriving country in the tropics. In the past decades, she led various research fields through several well-renowned institutions. But interest in tropical science is waning as other subjects get more attention. How do we revive that interest and make tropical sciences sexy for the rest of the world? To achieve this, the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, as you just heard from Sufyan, established the Mahathir Science Award that gives 100,000 US dollars to scientists who make significant contributions to tropical sciences. To support this prize, we are organizing the International Conference on Tropical Sciences, Contributions to Sustainability, or TropSci, in 2021. Many activities will be held to build awareness of the goals of TropSci 2021 to attract participation among policymakers, implementers, both in the private and public sectors, and researchers. We invite you all to the TropSci 2021, which is, for now at least, planned for 28th to 30th June 2021. As a continuation of today's webinar, this afternoon, we are looking at the international scene, spotlighting the role of international youth in the tropics in invoking change and addressing the challenges that they face. But why do we focus on youth in the tropics? We focus on youth because by 2050, children under 50 in the tropics are going to make up more than 67% of the world population. Hence, it is evident that the tropics will be home to an increasing youth population. Now, there are matters, of course, that have particularly pervasive effects on this youth population: depletion of natural resources, climate change, and emerging diseases. So youth of today must rise to tackle the current challenges that are facing the world in order to ensure a sustainable future. The speakers this afternoon will tell us how they are doing it. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope today's webinar will serve as an inspiration as well as a rallying call to encourage youth participation in international discourse, particularly in mitigating the effects from climate change and towards protecting tropical resources. Thank you, and do enjoy your deliberations.
Thank you, Academician Dr. Mazlan Othman. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the webinar, and I'm pleased to invite Dr. Chai to moderate the upcoming sessions this afternoon. Dr. Chai is the chair of the Young Scientist Network Academy of Sciences Malaysia, and she is also a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Sciences, University of Malaya. She will be chairing the upcoming sessions this afternoon, looking at the international scene in the tropics, future of youth in the tropics. So without further ado, allow me to invite your moderator for today, Dr. Chai.
Okay. Thank you, Sufyan, for the very good introduction. And also thank you, Dr. Mazlan, for giving a very thorough, introduction and briefing onto the main purpose and aims of this afternoon's session. So I'm Chai, so the chair of Young Scientist Network. So let me give you a little bit of very brief introduction of Young Scientist Network. So although today's our focus is on youth, and based on United Nations, definition of youth is 25-years old and below. But for Young Scientist Network, our scientists are perhaps not so young and not so youth. So most of our members are actually our members are aged below 40 and below. So they are all scientists and researchers working in the academia and also industry. Most of our scientists work on area related to technology, sciences, including also social sciences and economy. So that's a little bit about Young Scientist Network. So I'm very happy and very glad and also honored that I'm given a chance to moderate this afternoon's session. So let us look at the roundup. So when we talk about tropics in the morning, so you heard of a lot of very passionate and inspiring sharing from the youth and also experts from Malaysia. So this afternoon, we are going to listen to sharings of initiatives and also activities from the different parts of tropical countries. So when we talk about tropics, so tropics account for about 40% of the surface area. So on the earth itself, and how it is home to about 40% of the world population. And of these, it's worthwhile actually to mention that 50% of our children, under 5, are actually stay or living in the tropical countries, which means that perhaps in 10 years time, so you will see half of the youth population are actually from the tropics. So that's why it's worthwhile to actually look at the perspective of all the youth from the other country. So without further ado, so let us start session 5 on climate change in the tropics. So so let us for session 5, climate change in the tropics. So we have 2 speakers. So from University of South Pacific and also from the UNFCCC Yongo. So let's have our first speaker, Mr. Stephen Simon from University of South Pacific, to share his initiatives on climate change in the Solomon Islands. The floor is yours.
Yeah, former Tuvalu Prime Minister Enele Sopoaga once said, "We are already suffering. It's like a weapon of mass destruction, and the indications are all there. We only need to gain a strong collective leadership to address this." Moderator, chair, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me this opportunity to highlight some information on climate change in the tropical Pacific Island. Climate change has been a subject of discussion everywhere today. There are science and social science literatures documenting climate change and its impact across the globe. Climate experts today are discussing the threats world are facing. They make projections of what the future will hold if nothing had been done to address climate change. In the Pacific small island developing states, climate change is not new. It happens yesterday, today, and will continue to happen tomorrow. Pacific Island is amongst the first to be affected by the impact of climate change. There are many things to list regarding the impact of climate change in the Pacific small island developing state. But for the interest of time, I will discuss the impact of sea level rise caused by climate change to the lives and livelihood of Pacific Island communities. Then I will look at future threats islanders concerned about if nothing had been done to address climate change. Further, I will highlight some contributions young people in the Pacific have done.
Excuse me, Stephen, can you speak closer to your mic?
You guys can hear me?
Yes, it's slightly better.
Okay, yeah. Yes, we'll just continue. For the interest of time, I will discuss the impact of sea level rise caused by climate change to the lives and livelihood of Pacific Island communities. Then I will look at future threats islanders concerned about if nothing had been done to address climate change. Further on, I will highlight some contributions young people in the Pacific have done to fight climate change. I will then highlight the gaps islanders have faced when dealing with climate change. And finally, I will conclude this presentation with some suggested recommendations. For most atoll and coral islands in the Pacific, the impact of sea level rise is a day-to-day life-threatening situation. Rising sea level coupled with high magnitude waves have caused coastal erosion. Coastal erosion is evidential in most of our low-lying islands. This threatens the very existence of people and the surrounding environment. Saltwater intrusion through sea level rise in the tropics has affected most of the low-lying island water sources, as most island relies on spring water and dugout pits. Now with the fresh water being polluted, people only rely on water, rainwater, and if there is less rainfall for a longer period, islanders feel threatened as to where they will have access to a clean and safe water supply. Saltwater intrusion has threatened coastal agriculture. Soil quality had been destroyed by increase in soil salinity. As a result, there is very low yield in many staple root crops and fruit trees, affecting food supply. Pacific Islanders, especially the low-lying islands today, have faced the challenge with the supply of the right quantity and quality of food. Today, the continuous threats islands are facing is worrisome. Coastal communities today are more vulnerable to coastal erosion and extreme weather events. People are living in fear of being relocated, the fear of losing their lands, their homes, the sense of ownership, their culture and identity. Islanders for the past decades are more resilient, living and practicing sustainable traditional method of livelihood activities in their local societies. Islanders have strong and deep-rooted connections with the natural surrounding. We have embedded traditional knowledge on fishing and farming. Local people have the skills of reading relationships and patterns by looking at fruit trees, particular types of plant, reading the stars, the moon, pattern, and directions of the wind. Our local societies are more resilient when they practice this sustainable traditional knowledge of fishing and gathering. Today, such traditional knowledge ceased to work. We don't know why, but we believed that the changes that have taken place in the ocean and variation in weather pattern have contributed to the loss of our traditional knowledge. Young people in the Pacific have contributed a lot in one way or the other in the fight against climate change. We show our solidarity and support in fighting climate change by means of engaging in national, regional, and international climate change negotiations. We initiate groups in the community, churches, clubs, and the schools to walk the talk by engaging in group-based activities such as coastal rehabilitation through mangrove planting and reforestation. The theme for this year International Youth Day is Youth Engagement for Global Action. This is a very powerful theme that reflects the power behind involving youth in climate change discussions. However, there are gaps that need to be addressed for young people in the tropical Pacific Island to completely engage in sound and effective climate change discussions. And this involves, one, the communication gap between local communities, the national and the regional bodies. There is still a need for a proper and effective platform to mobilize climate change information from regional and national bodies to the community level. Two, the knowledge gap in scientific research. There is a need for more scientific research. There is still more information out there, and we need more research to uncover those very important information. Support is needed to provide youth the opportunity to engage in scientific research. And three, technical and financial capacity to support young people engage in climate change negotiations. There are individuals and groups out there who play a critical role in advocating for climate actions, educating local communities to better understand the need for collaborative actions in fighting climate change. However, they always faced the issue with technical and financial support. To conclude this presentation, I acknowledge the work of everybody, individuals and groups in and around the Pacific. I also acknowledge the continued support of our traditional donors and funding agencies technically and financially. On this note, I urge our national, regional, and other global development partners to please recognize our young climate warriors who have given the time and effort helping local communities understand the need to address climate change. COVID-19 global pandemic has halted every major climate change meeting and negotiation for this year 2020. As nations or states have implemented border restrictions and other responsive measures to counter and stop the spread of this virus. This global pandemic, however, gives us a good lesson, and I would like to end this my presentation with the lesson learned here. If the government and state across the globe can exercise their political power to lock down territories and borders in fighting this deadly COVID-19, then we should have done the same too in fighting climate change. Again, moderators, chairs, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stephen, for such an inspiring sharing.
Thank you.
So before we invite Ms. Hita Lakani for her presentation, so I would like to urge all the participants and audience in the group to actively ask questions in the chat room. So we will ask your question to the speakers after that in the Q&A session. So keep on with your passion and for the questions. So next, let us have Ms. Hita Lakani from UNFCCC Yongo. So she's a climate educator from Mumbai, India. So without further ado, so I would like to invite Ms. Hita to give her presentation.
Thank you, Chair. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Stephen, listening to what you said, I can, totally relate with everything that you've mentioned, especially about the impacts of climate change in the tropics and how the voices of young people need to be heard. And especially now when we're seeing government responses against COVID, but we're not seeing it against the climate crisis, which is, if I may say so, it's 100 times bigger and 100 times much worse when it's going to hit us in full force. And we're already feeling the effects of the climate crisis little by little in different parts of the world. And I think this is extremely important to realize that as young people, we are not just talking about our future, we're not just talking about how the climate crisis is affecting us. It's definitely affecting us in the years to come and already today. It's going to affect the generations to come, but it's definitely, this is affecting the future of humanity as a whole, and it's a matter of our survival when we talk about this. And it's a matter of survival literally when it comes to the island states and when it comes to coastal communities and countries which are a lot more vulnerable, which are not as developed, which don't have the capacities, the resources, the technology to deal with the climate crisis. When I talk about myself, I call myself a climate educator. I've been working with youth and children, especially school children, on climate change education. And what I've realized is that young people in my city and in my country, in India, in Mumbai, where I come from, we were not really taught about the climate crisis. Yes, of course, nowadays there is some mention of global warming, there's a mention of the environment and climate change. But when I was in school and when I finished high school back in 2007 or 2009, we were really not taught about anything known as climate change. We had environmental studies, we had topics on pollution, but it was very vague, and the subject was more or less, for us as students, it was seen as a subject where you used to score marks and make up for your percentage in all the other subjects. So it wasn't really something that, will actually motivate someone to take up a career in the field. So when I decided to do my master's in the field of environment, my peers, my colleagues, my my relatives, my friends, all of them told me, saying, what are you going to do? Are you going to do social work for the rest of your life? Go and do it on the weekends. Go plant a few trees, if you like strays, go look after strays, and you can do it all on the weekends, but you can't do this as a livelihood. And I think this is what is slowly changing. The narrative is changing. It's a lot different today than it was even 10 years ago when I was a young student looking for university degrees. But it's definitely something that we have to realize. And this came to me, I think, much later after I finished my master's degree. And I started engaging within the UNFCCC process. I went for my first negotiation, for my first conference of parties, or COP as we call it, in 2015 at COP21. And as I went from one COP to the other, and I started meeting other young people from different parts of the world, understood, the impact of the climate crisis in their own lives, but also understood how this international negotiation, something that, as a layperson, you might not even hear back at home, but it is a whole world in itself, and the decisions made there affect all our lives. For example, the Paris Agreement, which was decided by countries in 2017. A lot of the people and a lot of my colleagues, a lot of students back in India had heard about the Paris Agreement, but had no idea what the Paris Agreement is, has no idea what goes inside the Paris Agreement, or how difficult it was to come to this agreement, and why this agreement is historical for what it is. It's not a historical agreement because it is extremely legally binding. It's not historical because it is extremely ambitious. There is a lot we still need to work on as countries, and the Paris Agreement is not legally binding, but it's historical because of the nature, because it took 197 countries to come together to agree on every single word in the text that is, as we see today. And in a room, and if we were all sitting together and trying to decide on a particular paragraph on a text or on a color scheme, we can imagine how difficult it's going to be for 8 people to come together and do that. So when you look at it at a global scale, when you look at it at the geopolitical issues that come together, I think this is extremely important for everyone to realize that when we talk about historical agreements, there's a lot behind it, why it's called historical. And this is what I started realizing, and I started realizing saying that the youth in my country, we were not even equipped with the knowledge, forget the capacity, forget the resources, forget the technology, but we didn't even have the basic knowledge to fight the climate crisis. And which is why it started very organically, and I started talking about the climate crisis, about the international negotiations to school students, to my colleagues, to youth within the city, and it slowly formalized into a program, into a workshop that I've been conducting for the past 2 years now. And I think what we have to realize is, and when I engage and with other young people, and now I am focal point for Yango. Yango, which a lot of you might not know of, is the official youth constituency of the UNFCCC. So what does that mean? It means that it is the official space for young people within the UN negotiations to engage within the negotiations, to engage at the negotiations with negotiators, but also to ensure that young people have an actual seat at the table. It is the official channel for youth. If as a young person you want to engage at the negotiations, this is the official channel of engagement. And Yango tries to ensure that we're as diverse, as inclusive, and to ensure that young people are not just put at the table but not heard or tokenized, but that youth representation is meaningful and effective as it should be, because young people, as we've been talking about, we actually are facing the impacts of the climate crisis and will be even more in the years to come. So this is definitely, youth should be at the table where decisions are being made and not kept at the sidelines. And this is what we've been striving to do. We're not there yet. There's still a lot of work to be done, but this is what we've been striving to do over the years, and ensure how we can get more and more young people involved in policy, in negotiations, in advocacy. And I think what we have to also see is that when we talk about the tropics in particular, it's a very sensitive zone. It's quite warm. It's got the best kind of life forms. We have amazing amounts, whether you talk about vegetation, whether you talk about animal life, whether you talk about conditions for living. It's extremely conducive, but it's also extremely vulnerable to the changing climate, and especially with increasing temperatures. It makes us realize that it's just going to get warmer, and it makes it harder for life to adapt. We have to keep moving north. For animals to move, or for species to move. For humans, it's easier to to move around. The migration is a whole bigger issue, but it's easier to shift human beings rather than shifting the different life forms that we have, which leads to higher rates of extinction, which leads to higher rates of species leading to extinction, if not getting extinct. And I think this is what we need to realize, whether it's sea life, whether it's land, whether it's vegetation. We definitely have a very unique ecosystem. And from one place to the other, our diversity is immense. And we need to ensure that this diversity is maintained. We're not just talking about diversity because it looks nice or because it's pretty, but because it plays a very vital role in the maintenance and the balance of our ecosystem, in the balance of how we as humans are surviving on this planet. And to ensure that this balance is kept through, we need to keep our natural systems intact. We need to keep our forests intact, our rivers, our life-giving systems of our clean air and clean water and food. This is what we need to maintain. I think this is what we need to realize, that when we're talking about climate change, we're not just talking about something that is going to happen in the next few years or a big calamity that's going to hit one day. It's hitting in parts already. In my city, in Mumbai, over the past few weeks, we've had immense rainfall. We've had floods like never before. Of course, part of it is due to bad infrastructure and mismanagement in the city. But a lot of it is also because the number of days, so the frequency and the intensity of rainy days is changing, which means that it's raining for a shorter period, but much more intense, and a lot more rain in the less number of times. So it's definitely affecting our systems, our public transport, our cities. We have roads which have broken, electricity which has gone haywire, water supply, water tanks which have broken down. And while authorities are to be kept in check, while we do need to ensure that we're planning sustainably, we're planning with an adaptation in mind, adaptation to climate change, we also need to ensure that this shift is happening a lot more drastically. It's happening a lot more quicker, and we need to plan with it, with this shift in mind. So we can't just keep planning as we were over the past few years. And this is something that governments, that young people, that whether it's business, whether it's government, whether it's a non-governmental organization, all of us need to ensure that when we plan over the next few years, we plan sustainably, we plan keeping the climate crisis in mind. So I think I'm going to end on this note to ensure that, when we're recovering from COVID-19, we're talking about a green recovery, but we have to ensure that this recovery is, yes, green, it is also just, and it is also intergenerational. So this recovery is going to be impossible if you do not keep climate justice in mind, and if you do not keep the young people in mind. And the youth can only lead this recovery in a green manner, in a just manner, and to ensure that we take everyone together. Like the UN says, leave no one behind. And I think it's time to act on it. We really do not have time to leave anyone behind. Thank you.
I know from you, for all the activities and work that you have done, in India, and of course, all the challenges that you have faced so far. So right now, let us move into the Q&A session. So I have a question over here from the audience, to Stephen.
Yeah.
Okay, so Stephen.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, the question to you is, what are the challenges unique to the Pacific Islands in fighting climate change?
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for the technical issue. Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah. Well, if I get the question right, I think one of the main challenge that is unique to us Pacific Island is the geographical makeup of our Pacific. Yeah? I mean, we have many small, low-lying islands. So when compared to the other part of the globe where they have, should I say, a bigger landmass than as in the Pacific. The issue we are facing now, the present issue that we are facing now is a sea level rise due to the smallness and the isolation of our islands. Yeah, I think if that answers your question.
Okay, so Stephen, it's very interesting that you actually, put a focus on the traditional knowledge, that's very specific to, the Solomon Island or the people over there. So, but when we, engage in a lot of these, like globalization and all the collaboration with the foreign culture that actually come in, particularly, when we look into all the technologies that we engage in, to adapt and to mitigate, climate change. So in the process, so there will be a lot of, these foreign cultures that come in, and also probably there will be a lot of, these traditional cultures that actually you lose in the process. Perhaps, it's due to it's not suitable anymore, or due to the tidal issue or what so. And how how does local people actually like, see the issue, or how do they adapt or respond to these changes? And perhaps also like, to the academicians, to scientists. So is there anything like, in the progress trying to preserve like, certain culture?
Yes, thank you. When I talk about traditional knowledge, like for us, it's a sustainable way. Like take for example, like today with globalization, if I may say, people we use freeze to store foods. We manufacture, we process salt for the food. Like for us, especially the islanders, instead of using salt that had been bought in the shop, we are using salt water for cooking. Instead of using freeze like that, we are using salt water to preserve and store our food. It's more sustainable. So when when we are looking at climate change in general, that its impact, it really affects the sustainable way in which we practicing in our daily livelihood activities. Yeah, it's been a challenge. Really, it's a challenge. We try to go over it. We try to substitute. A way of adaptation. We try to go over it easily, bit by bit, adapting. But we don't. We are not sure whether the new approach we are going in, it will be what should I say, good for us or not.
Okay.
Yeah, but we are doing it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, Hita, or the audience asks you, can you tell us more about your work with educating children on climate change? How does it differ from the other stakeholders?
Sure. I think this is very interesting. When I started, when I started talking to young people, and it came out very organically. I came back from COP23 back in 2017, and I was visiting, and there was this school that I had gone to for a completely different reason, but it's an eco-sustainable school, and someone was just showing me around, and I met one of their professors, the teachers, and she said, "Oh, you've just come back from the COP. Why don't you come and talk to my students tomorrow about your experience and what you learned from there and how it is as a young person." So that's how it started. It was a very small class, I think about 10 or 12 students, I think about 15, 16-year-olds. And it was very easy, like talking, just, explaining to them about what I did. And it was a fun interaction. But I slowly, started doing this a little more and more often with different students. And what I realized later on is that for me, it was much easier to communicate to the younger children. So to, kids around 7, 8, 9, 10, before they become teenagers and before they, start thinking too much about how they should sit and whether they want to listen to you and things like that. So it was it's much easier to communicate to a child because they don't have a barrier in front of them. When you're talking to older students or when you're talking to teenagers, they already come with a preconceived mindset, especially when you talk to about 15, 16 or 14-year-olds. They think that, they're sitting in front of you because they have to. But it was very interesting that it took, I learned, of course, how to talk to different sets of students. So how do you change your approach when you're talking to a 15-year-old versus when you talk to an 8-year-old? But the difference was from both sides, and this was common between both of them, was that when the change happens, as long as you can get through the child, as long as you can break the ice and get through it, the change happens instantaneously. And it's a lot more likely that the child will put it into practice rather than an adult. So when it comes to talking to adults, or when it comes to talking to someone who feels that I have a degree in this so-and-so, and you don't need to tell me what to do, the change is very different. Versus also when you look at adults, if a child has to come and tell you, for example, a child comes and tells his or her parents saying that, "Mom, don't throw it out of the window," or "Can you ensure that the tap is not that fast, the water is not flowing that fast," the parent is more likely to listen. But if I had to come and tell someone, if I saw them, for example, throwing garbage out of their window, and if I had to come and tell them, "Hi, could you please not do this?" they're just going to look at me and say, mind your own business. So the change is a lot more effective when it comes from the kids. So bottom up, definitely. But also when I was talking to different students from different parts of the city, Mumbai, as you might have known, is the economic capital of the country. So we have the elitist of the elite, but we also have a huge economic social disparity. So we also have the poorest of the poor within the city. And when you talk to schools from two different parts of the same city, the students, because they come from different sections of society, their responses are very different. So when I started, I think one of my early workshops in early 2018 was with two different schools. One was a school in the more modern part of the city. And another one, a very few days later, was in one which was not so, which was one where, you know, students were coming from the slums around. And we had very unseasonal rainfall in the weeks of December and January. So when I spoke to them saying, you know, how did you feel when we had this cyclone, you know, last few weeks ago? What was your impact, or how did it impact your lives? The ones that were in the elite schools said, yeah, we had a day off from school, it was okay, we had fun. But the other part of the society, they said, oh, you know, my house had water in it, or my neighbor had water, my neighbor's house got flooded, or my mom got stuck outside and couldn't come back home. So the impacts right there are a lot more real when it comes to, you know, the lower rung of the socioeconomic class. So when we talk about climate science, when we talk about climate change and the impacts of climate change, and we talk about economic disparities, I think this is first-hand knowledge that I received. And despite knowing it in theory, it's a lot more different when you get these answers from, you know, 12-year-old kids in front of you. So.
Okay, yeah. So I guess, like, you know, it really takes a lot of passion, like, you know, to really, like, you know, educate kids and probably, like, you know, students. Not an easy job, like, you know, I think we have been, like, you know, doing quite a lot and find it very challenging, like, you know, particularly when it comes to parents, not just kids itself, and also the bigger society. So I learned from your profiles that both of you have attended, like, you know, COP and have been very active, like, you know, engaging with the United Nations and all the international platforms that you would be able to engage, like, you know, on pursuing, like, you know, climate change and environmental issue. So how does your, I mean, this experience of joining this international platform on the negotiation, also science advice, could have, like, you know, affect the way that how you pursue, like, you know, in all the initiatives and activities in your country? Perhaps, like, you know, Stephen can share first, and after that we can hear from Ms. Hita.
Okay, yes, thank you. Myself, last day is my first time to participate in the COP.
Sorry, Stephen, can you speak a bit louder, like, you know, with the mic probably closer?
Okay, okay. Yes, can you hear me clear?
Yes.
Okay, like I said, last day is my first time to be part of the COP, the Conference of Parties, the COP 25 last year. As a young person, I really learned a lot. That's also when I learned about the need to address climate change, especially for as the small island developing states, the impact we are currently facing regarding sea level rise. When I have been assigned to look on my specific stream, which is on loss and damage, I tend to learn that yes, this is it's really a must. We cannot adapt the whole time. Adaptation has a limit, and it will come to a point in time that adaptation will cease to work, and that's when we need to. I mean, we need to do something. So yes, what I really learned from there is the need to do action right now. We cannot adapt the whole time. Yeah, I think that's what I learned when attending the COP last year. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think I can relate to what Stephen was saying. When I went to my first COP in 2015, I was completely lost. Of course, it was the COP in Paris, which was huge, about 30,000 people. The venue was almost a kilometer from one end to the other, or maybe a little less, but it was a huge venue. So I was completely lost. I didn't even know what was happening in which room. And I was just like, oh my God, this is such a waste of time. But when I went for the next COP, I went with a youth delegation. So I went with other young people. And that's when I actually formally got introduced to YOUNGO, which is the youth constituency of the UNFCCC. And that's when my engagement was a lot more meaningful, because at least I had some sort of direction and I slowly started picking up the ropes. And even today, I mean, it's impossible to know everything that's going on. It's such a complex process. And even for the negotiators, as you've spoken to them, you realize that a lot of them don't know what's happening outside of their own negotiating topics, because it's just so complex. So it's not new. I mean, and sometimes you feel because you're young, you don't know enough, and you have this sort of, complex that you feel. But, as you go year by year, you realize it's not just you, it's a lot of people out there who don't know a lot, and that's fine. But I think what I've also realized is, when you see, like during negotiations, you see a lot of the geopolitical issues live actually coming up in front of you. So at one of the sessions in the summer of 2019, the intersessions, they were talking about the IPCC 1.5 degree report and how to incorporate that into the Paris Agreement work program. And there was this very heated topic between Russia and Saudi Arabia, United States, where Saudi Arabia was all out, talking about, they were not very willing to incorporate it, to welcome the report into the work program. Whereas some other countries were, of the opposing views. It was a very heated discussion. And by the end of it, of course, it ended with not too much conclusion. That meeting just ended as it is because they ran out of time. And we went as a young person within Yango, we had, we have a working group which was active on following the IPCC 1.5 report. And, so we went around talking to the negotiators, and we spoke to the United States delegation. And they said, no, don't worry, we're going to talk to them later. It's going to be fine by tomorrow's session. So we go back into the next day's session, and, all the promises that we heard were completely like washed away. And the United States and Saudi Arabia were on one side of the table together. And we were just like, okay, this is not what we were told yesterday. So you see these, things happening live day by day. And sometimes, countries changing their position from one day to the next. So I think this is definitely a big learning to see. No matter how much you know in theory, I think when you see it play out live, it's very different.
Okay, thank you. I think that's quite interesting. I guess you both actually I think learn and also a lot from this international platform. Perhaps I'm a bit curious because to go into this initiative and to educate on climate change is not an easy task, particularly for a lot of youth, and to push it in your country. I do not know how big is your team or friends together with you in your country in pushing in pursuing what you are pursuing right now, and what actually have motivated you to pursue and to go forward in what you are doing right now. Yeah, there are a lot of challenges, right? Like Stephen has shared have shared a lot about the challenges and things like that. So what have motivated you Stephen?
Yes, thank you. Like I have highlighted earlier, challenges that we are facing. Yeah, and if I get your question right, those are the challenges that have motivated me as a person who comes from those small island also. So those challenges have become part of my life, and I really want to see changes. Yeah, and in order for that, I have to walk the talk. That's why I'm trying my every best, and I'm really thankful to be part of this this program. It's a great opportunity for me. Yeah, those are the challenges. I mean, the challenges that I have faced have served as a motivation for me to take part in these climate negotiations. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think like rightly said, there are plenty of challenges, but I think what motivates me is the fact that if not me, then who? There is, somebody has to work on this. And no matter what goes wrong, I think there's nothing else I would want at the end of the day to wake up again and work for. And this is something, of course, there are days which are extremely, when you see that there's no matter how much you push, no matter what you do, because you are not in the position to make the decisions, it's not happening. And, there is the whole political issue, and the decision makers are definitely not doing enough. But I think what we're definitely seeing and what I'm seeing in India over the past couple of years, so when I started back in 2015, there were not so many young people. Yes, there were youth groups, but they were quite in pockets and very not as vocal and not as known in the country. But in the past 2 years, with the school strikes and with a lot of young people across the world getting mobilized, I think the same has happened in India. And young people now are definitely leading the change. The entire narrative of the environment of climate change has shifted. It's definitely young people leading and walking the talk. First, it was more like, experts and people with 30, 40, years of experience who were talking about climate change. But now it's young people who are talking about it. It's a lot more real. It's a lot more understandable. Yes, we still have a lot of ground to cover. It's a huge country. Our diversity, our differences in socio-political, the economic differences are large, but at least it's picking up. And young people are speaking up when it comes to government policies, when it comes to local policies, national policies. And at least, there is a lot more happening in the country than there was even 2 years ago. So I think that's the good thing to see. And there is change. We're not there, but there is still a lot to be done, a lot of work to be done, a lot of mindset change. And I think what we need is decision makers to actually change how they've been making decisions all these years, to get out of the fossil fuel pull that they get and to actually think long term. But we're definitely, there's definitely progress.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Stephen and Hita. So I think we have had quite a fun time, chatting, and sharing information. So to the audience, if you have more questions that you want to ask, so you may directly, engage with Stephen and also Miss Hita. So on all those. So thank you, Stephen and Hita. So without further ado, so we would like to move directly into the next session, which is session 6. Harnessing and protecting tropical resources. So under these sessions, so we actually have 3 speakers. So from Kenya, Myanmar, and also a social enterprise, he's the co-founder is actually from Malaysia. So it's quite an interesting session. So let us have our first speaker, Mr. Ted Lin Neng, from Mangrove Ranger. So Mr. Neng is actually a project leader at the Mangrove Ranger program. So this is a very interesting program. Perhaps Mr. Neng would be able to share more with us and to inspire us. Yeah, so Neng, the floor is yours.
So hello, Minglaba everyone. I'm Nine from Myanmar and I'm one of the organizers of the Mangrove Ranger program. Today's presentation is to showcase our Mangrove Ranger project, which is organized by the youth from ASEAN. And I'm going to share the experience of our team in formulating and implementing the project. Let me firstly explain what Mangrove Ranger is. Mangrove Ranger is an exciting program aimed at offering knowledge on the importance of mangrove forests on climate change resilience in coastal areas for highly qualified and enthusiastic young professionals in Myanmar. Its goal is to raise awareness among the young and promising leaders in Myanmar on the coastal concern of climate change, infusing with the idea of formulating mangrove restoration on the degraded lands. I can also explain how Mangrove Ranger formed. In the spring 2019, 21 young professionals from ASEAN met at the University of Montana in the USA to study academic fellowship on global environmental issues and natural resource management. The name of the program which we joined is Vincili, Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiated Program. As part of that fellowship program, everyone had to present about 1 critical issues in our home countries, and people of common interest had to vote and select themselves to unite as a team. In our group, there are 4 members, starting from the left, Sain from Laos, who is a bachelor degree holder in ecotourism, and Gina from Thailand, who studied public administration, Bobak from Thailand, who specializes in business English with hands-on experience in disaster risk reduction, and me, Nine from Myanmar, who is from the field of forestry. With the support of our academic director, Dr. Dan from the University of Montana, our proposal stood out one of the best papers among our peers and rewarded a small grant to implement the project in Myanmar. So let me go to the content. There will be 3 topics today: introduction, action plan, and impact. We, 4 organizers of Mango Ranger, we feel like we are Power Rangers who save the public from the various dangers. In fact, we are the protectors of our mother nature. We are raising awareness on the importance of mangrove forest in coastal and delta regions, and we are engaging mangrove restoration together with youth and NGOs and private sector firms. Before talking about the action plan of our project, let me firstly explain why this project is necessary to be undertaken. As we all know, climate change is a global concern and it brings unprecedented changes such as disasters. This can be proved with hitting Cyclone Nagis in Myanmar in 2008, killing over 80,000 people. However, there is a lesson which we should take from that tragedy. If there had been less deforestation of mangrove in the coastal areas, the death toll might have been lower than the actual number. Because mangrove forests protect the shore from the storm as a form of natural barriers. Mangrove Ranger is an initiative in disaster risk reduction by conserving and restoring mangrove forests, educating the youngsters of Myanmar. In this slide, as you can see in the slide, there are 4 main steps which we have to work. Since this is a cross-country project, we mainly had to work remotely. So we used remote collaboration. We created Mangrove Ranger page on social media. It is also a platform where we announced call for application and results. In the recruitment section, we selected 25 youths from Myanmar who are university students and recent graduates. We used the Google Suites, such as Google Form, for the application process. And then we announced the results on social media. In the implementation section, there were 2 main parts, workshop and field trip. In collaboration with American Center Yangon, we conducted our workshop, Importance of Mangrove Forest on Climate Change Resilience in Coastal Area. And in the following day, we went to ARE Delta region to implement the reforestation program. So let me go to the next slide. Regarding the project activities, there are 2 main parts as it is mentioned before. In the workshop at the American Center, the topics were covered by mangrove forest and climate change resilience, disaster preparedness skills, and ecotourism opportunities. In the field trip, we collaborated with an INGO, Wildview International Foundation, WIF. It is an INGO which is doing mangrove reforestation in coastal and delta regions in Myanmar. We went to a plantation site of WIF in Changda, ARE Delta region. We participated in the mangrove reforestation program of WIF. We also learned about ecotourism opportunities in there. Regarding the impact of the project, the extent of our project success can be seen how far our project activities met the goals and objectives of our project. Among the achievements across all dimensions, I would like to highlight some significant points. Through our strict and careful application process, we could select the most excellent and promising environmental leaders who are now contributing environmental engagements and voluntary activities in their communities. Among the hundreds of application submissions, we opted for 25 university students. And we planted 60 mangrove seedlings of 2 species, Celia dagars and Brugueria generaliza. When you look at the blue button at the top, you can see that they are from different fields of expertise, and 16% of the students are from the field of forestry. What's more, we received satisfactory, good, and very good ratings regarding the knowledge gained by our participants in most parts of the components according to the evaluation survey forms. On the first day of the program, we conducted our workshop importance of mangrove forests on climate change resilience in coastal area. The workshop was held at American Center a year ago, and it was mixed with series of lectures, discussions, demonstrations, and ice-breaking activities. On the next day, we visited to a plantation site of Wildview International Foundation, and we participated in the restoration program. So for part of the workshop, according to the graph provided, students could answer more correctly in the post-test compared to the results of the pre-test. On average, a typical student can answer 6 more correct answers after the workshop. Relatively, there were 4 students who scored up to 18 out of 20 in the post-test. That's why we can infer that their knowledge on understanding mangrove forests, climate change, disaster preparedness, and ecotourism are relatively increased after the workshop. So now let's take a look at the pictures of our project activities. These are the images of the activities during our workshop. And these are the images of the afternoon section during the workshop. I would like to explain a little bit more detail about these pictures. In the afternoon section, we did a lively and active workshop where participants can learn about disaster preparedness skills. We have divided participants into 4 groups to join each station, starting from earthquake preparedness station and moving injured person by using the materials around you and emergency kits. And in the last picture, Sai and his team were making easy boots from plastic bags and nylon to use during the flood. These are the images of the activities during our field trip. Okay. All in all, we could change all challenging situations into new learning opportunities. The experience of organizing such a successful program is always a majestic achievement for us because we could change and we could utilize our leadership abilities in this youth-led activity, and we can still apply it in our future personal and professional pathways. So if you would like to know more about the Mangrove Ranger program, please stay tuned on our official Facebook page through the following QR code. And we are also very grateful to Mansfield Center for providing us to implement the project and Mahathir Science Award Foundation for this opportunity to share our experiences. Thank you everyone for participation in this webinar. A story born in Montana, a project happened in Myanmar. The youngsters gathered for nature. They all created what we named Mangrove Ranger. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Black Ranger. So I really love, the program. I have quite some questions that perhaps, we keep it for the Q&A session, later on.
Okay.
So let's move on to Miss Christine Magaju. So Christine is actually from World Agroforestry Center, Kenya. She is actually a research associate with the World Agroforestry Center, and her research actually focuses on restoration of degraded agricultural landscapes. So I think without further ado, let's have Christine to share with us her work and experience in the field.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening from. I'll just start sharing my screen. Great. So for this webinar, I will be talking on the need to put resource users and in the context where I work in, smallholder farmers first. We need to put them first in the efforts to conserve and protect natural resources, in the effort on climate and environmental justice, as well as in restoration efforts. But first, these are the 3 main messages that I will be focusing the presentation on. The first message is that every voice matters, and stakeholders, including the youth and young people, need to commit working together if we are going to achieve change as well as lasting impact. The second message is that we need to put resource users at the center of climate adaptation practices, and this includes restoration. For whom are we restoring the land for? For whom are we fighting for? And the third message is that there is no single pathway to achieving ecosystem and livelihood resilience. Instead, we need multiple options that offer incremental benefits to users at multiple scales. To start off, and it has been mentioned by previous presenters, young people are leading the way in bringing issues of climate change and environmental justice to the forefront. They are also contributing to a large extent towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as leading charge in restoration initiatives in their own communities, in their own countries. As the previous speakers mentioned, things like mangrove restoration, conservation of mangrove areas. Therefore, we need to hear them, we need to listen, we need to hear them, and we need to support them. We also need to empower the communities in which majority of the inhabitants are young people to use the resources available sustainably and to innovate around context-specific solutions that meet their needs while adapting to climate change and ensuring sustainability. And this we can do by offering information, training, access to finance and capital, access to land as well. We also must work together, from young people, students, teachers, researchers. We all must work together if we are to achieve environmental sustainability. Achieving ecosystem resilience requires increasing engagement of all stakeholders at all levels. If we are to achieve that, then we all need to come together, speak with one voice, and give a key message. Our survival depends on that. However, there is no single pathway. There is no one technology that can address climate change, that can address environmental degradation, as well as, there is no one single pathway. Instead, we need to offer a suite of options that are context specific, that are tailored, that are suitable to the users that we are targeting. The resource users have varying context and their needs are differing. So whatever may work for me may not necessarily work for your community or another community. For example, in the context that I work in, smallholder farmers in the drylands are already grappling with the effects of climate change, from prolonged rainfall and floods in one planting season, to drought and little to no rain in another season. And I know this is similar across different areas in the tropics. So whatever may work in that particular area, it will not necessarily work in this area. And also, we cannot ethically be asking farmers that are already dealing with so much to give up their small piece of land to try out one technology that may or may not work, despite that technology having worked in a different place. What we can do is offer instead innovative approaches that are tailored to their context, approaches that allow them to test various options and see what works for them. We implemented such an approach in a large-scale restoration project that was implemented with over 5,000 farmers in the drylands of Kenya, Ethiopia, Mali, and Niger. And in the project, farmers tested on-farm plant comparison, used on-farm comparison to test various land restoration options on their farms to see which one worked for them. So options around soil and water conservation. So from planting basins to using manure to tree planting, and then seeing which option works for them. And in this project, farmers started with a small piece of land or a small portion of their land, test the option and compare them to the normal way of doing things, if it's different planting or plowing and planting practices, and then comparing them to whatever they normally do. If they see that works, then they try out on a different farm. So incrementally increasing gradually the area committed to restoration based on what they see that has worked. And then this is coupled with systematic monitoring to produce rigorous evidence, which is shared and communicated to all these stakeholders. So what this does, it allows for real-time feedback from and with the farmers we're working with, to other stakeholders, including decision makers, as well as other project implementers and policymakers. Also, it is worth noting that within this project, we were very youth-centered as well, and involved young people from the project design, so designing the activities, designing the questionnaires, data collection, to analysis, as to implementation analysis, as well as to presenting the results to the decision makers. Finally, we tend to see international activists at the forefront in the fight for climate change, environmental justice. This is important, it is very crucial, but it is not enough. We all have a role to play. We need more young people to join the research and implementation of climate change adaptation activities including restoration, tree growing, tree planting and tree growing, restorative farming. All of these activities are needed, and all our voices are needed, our efforts are needed if we are to achieve any change, if we are to have long-lasting impact. And it doesn't have to be at a very high level. We can start at the schools where we are studying, at the institutions where we are working, in our communities, in our local neighborhoods. And together then we can have change and have a longer lasting impact. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Christine. What a very interesting, projects and initiatives, done in Kenya. So I really love, the project, that you have this farmer-centered activities, particularly relate, to the environmental issues and things like that. So we will come back to you, later on for the during the Q&A session for more questions, perhaps, more details that you could give us, on all the activities, on the activities that you have done. So last but not least, so we will have Mr. Lincoln Lee. Actually, he is the co-founder of Rice Inc. So Rice Inc. is a social enterprise startup fighting food insecurity in the rice industry. So welcome, Lincoln. So you may start, share with us, the projects. Thank you.
Hello, hi. Can everyone hear me? Is this okay? Okay, cool. I will share my screen now. Give me a moment. Hi, everyone. So I'll speak about a bit about the work we do at Rice Inc. And our background and story, and as well as how I believe youths can play a very important part within conserving our tropical resources and combating climate change. So basically, these slides, they might be a lot of text, but it's okay, you don't have to read everything. But basically, so what Rice Inc. does is we are basically a social enterprise, as explained, and we basically are a for-profit but for-good business that operates in Southeast Asia and the UK. And our goal is to basically fight food insecurity, specifically in the rice industry. And how we do this is we basically source quality rice from Southeast Asia, and then we reinvest our profits after bringing the rice abroad to help vulnerable rice farming communities with smallholder farmers to provide them the more sustainable agriculture technologies. And our mission is to basically one day be able to build a zero waste supply chain for rice. And this is because up to 30% of rice is wasted normally before it gets to plate. And this happens because of two reasons. One is that the smallholder farmers face a very convoluted supply chain, and that causes them to get very low prices at sale. And this means that they cannot afford the proper agriculture technologies, and so they use very traditional practices. So for example, if you see the supply chain here, there is harvesting, drying, milling, and distribution. For example, in drying, if you can see that photo, the farmers drying it on the roads, and this is a practice called sun drying. It's very common and it's very traditional, but it does have a lot of, it results in a lot of broken rice and a lot of wasted rice, even in other parts of the supply chain. And many big, I guess, commercial rice companies have already stopped doing this because they've recognized that this is quite wasteful. But for smallholder farmers who grow about 70% of the world's rice, they don't really have a choice. because they don't have an option. And so our goal is that we want to slowly build a supply chain that tackles each part of this process. And we are starting with the drying phase. And so when I say we reinvest our profits to help farmers get more modern, sustainable agriculture technology, this is an example. So basically, this is an example of a technology that we have been installing. It is our sustainable biomass rice dryer. And so actually we've been working in Myanmar for the past year or so, and we're coming to Malaysia soon. And what this does is that it's basically an open source technology that helps reduce the amount of rice wasted. If you see the photo here, this is basically biomass powered. So the fuel source for this dryer is basically rice husks. So rice husk is basically the shell of the rice, and it's a natural byproduct. After you dry rice, you need to mill it before it gets ready for before you can basically get it in the supermarkets. And during the milling stage, that's where you get a lot of the husks. And so what we do is the husks are used to power dryers like these. And the rice goes into this box here, the chamber, and basically the hot air will be funneled through the dryer and will help dry the rice more efficiently. And what happens is that the farmer is then able to increase the quantity of rice that he has because he reduces his waste up to 30%. And he will also get a higher quality crop that can fetch him a better price. So to date, we've worked with over 250 farmers, processing about 2,000 tons of rice. And that means that we've saved over 1 million bowls equivalent of rice and helped offset about 800,000 kilograms of CO2. And the background to our journey is how we started our journey is that we were a bunch of university students who studying together, and we were a group of Southeast Asian university students, and we basically participated in a competition called the HALT Prize. And it's basically a social enterprise competition given to all universities around the world. And 200,000 people apply every year. And our year, we were basically tasked with harnessing the power of energy to impact 10 million people by 2025. And so we discovered this problem in the rice industry, and we decided we wanted to focus on it because all of us were from Southeast Asia, and we felt this was a very relevant problem since everyone in Asia eats rice every day, and it feeds about 4 billion people every year. So that was how our initial idea first started. And it was very nice to see because we had some very interesting stories when we actually first piloted. So this was one of the farmers that used our dryer, and we didn't realize it at first, but basically she told us during one of our site visits that actually we helped save her family's income because she only relied on 2 harvests a year, and she was a single parent. And so she relied only on farming to feed her family. But that year, somehow her crops were too wet and she couldn't find a buyer. She couldn't sell it at all, but because she had access to our dryer, coincidentally in her village, she was able to dry it and she was able to sell it. So she was basically explaining that, we've helped her save about 6 months of food for her family and for her daughter to go to school. So it was quite nice to see us taking an idea from, I guess, theory to practice. And we also got through all of our installations, we actually got a bit of traction along the way. We managed to get some very cool partners. So we work with the International Rice Research Institute. They're part of CGIAR. And we also happen to work with the UNFAO. And actually, this is where the role of youth come into place. So this photo was taken at the International Rice Congress 2 years ago, and it's called like the Olympics for rice. And basically, we were asked to participate because they wanted to actually understand how could youths help fight food insecurity, specific in the rice industry, but what role can youths play? And throughout our journey, we actually explained that we were representing youth and business and the private sector, but we actually explained that youths have a very important part to play in fighting food insecurity and conserving our tropical resources, because most of the time, whenever you have new initiatives and you want to deploy, for us, it's a lot about deploying technology. Whenever you want to deploy technology, it is actually a bit difficult sometimes to convince some smallholder farmers to take new technology, because if you think about it, why should they trust you? You know, you came in, you just tell them, oh, I have this solution and it's going to work. But for them, it's their livelihoods. So you can't just simply, you know, you can't just simply mess around and say that I'm going to trial my technology with, you know, a bunch of you. Because if they don't really understand it, why should they trust you? You're like a stranger to them. And they don't understand the technology itself most of the time. And it will take some time to educate them. But what we discovered when we were working in the fields was that we actually spoke to a lot of people our age who were in university or just graduated from university. And they were basically the children of the smallholder farmers or the villagers. And the thing is that because they grew up technology literate, meaning they grew up in the age of smartphones and things like this, they actually understood what we wanted to do a lot better. And they provided us an avenue to actually convince their parents, basically. And it was very easy to actually convince them and then for them to convince their parents. So they actually provide an opportunity to actually work on a much larger scale and on a more trusted basis. Because if you are a smallholder farmer, would you rather trust a stranger who is trying to convince you that this is, you know, this technology is better, or would you trust your own kids? And obviously the kids will also look out for their parents. They will also have a better judgment call on, does this technology work? Does this make sense? Because they've grown up with it all their lives compared to their parents who had to learn how to use it in their adulthood. And so that is a bit about our story. And basically we were privileged enough to actually win that competition that first started our journey. And we basically got a certain amount of support and traction. And so now we're doing it full time after we graduated. And we're working in the rice industry right now, operating in Myanmar for our dryers. We're opening in Malaysia soon. And we also have a sales site where we actually market the rice in the UK. And yeah, so that is about it. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Lincoln. So this is really very inspiring, and to see, like, you know, a young fellow like you, like really, like, you know, go into business and be a very successful social entrepreneur that probably could be a very good role model, like, you know, to a lot of young people out there. Yeah. So because we don't really have enough time, so let's us, like, you know, just go into directly into the Q&A session. So there are quite a lot of, like, you know, questions that I have got over here. Okay, so for Nai, so is it correct that your, I pronounce Nai as your name?
Yes, that's correct.
So Nai, what are your future plans for Mangrove Ranger? So how do you expand and probably sustain the program?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as you all know, all 4 organizers of the Mangrove Ranger program are from ASEAN, and they are from different countries. So we work remotely for the first batch, and for the future batches, we are also planning to do that. And likely for this year, 2020, it will probably not be able to do it. So we have planned to do it in the following years, and it also depends on the funding available, because in the first batch we received a small grant from our university, from the University of Montana. So we are now also working for the financial issue. So we really have planned to extend it, to continue it in the future.
Okay, so we have question for, 3 questions, like, you know, for Christine. So Christine, how do you push for greater youth engagement in Kenya and also in, the agriculture work that you have committed in? The second question is actually, how do you empower small farmers who are this vital stakeholder? And the third question, how would you encourage more youth to join climate change adaptation activities?
Great.
So in Kenya, yeah, 3 questions, yes.
Thank you. I will start with the second one on smallholder farmers. So I would say by treating them not as only beneficiaries of research, as not only beneficiaries of development aid, but as equal partners in finding solutions, as equal partners in implementing these solutions. Local communities, farmers have indigenous knowledge. They know how things work, and they just need a little bit of technical support to implement some of these ideas. So I would say, yeah, treat them as equal partners, not necessarily, not only as beneficiaries or as people implementing the research. The first question on pushing for greater engagement of youth, I would say the same applies by acknowledging that young people do know these things. You don't need to have, as I think one presenter mentioned, 40 or 50 years of experience to understand the problems your community is facing, to understand the issues that are being faced. So by acknowledging, yes, that youth, young people have a say, they have the knowledge, and they have the solutions as well to some of these issues. So we're listening to them, empowering them and supporting them. I'm sorry, what was the third question?
So how do you encourage more youth?
To engage in climate. Yeah, I mean, start by taking an interest in the activities that are taking place in your own communities. There are a lot of movements, a lot of young people movements in each of the countries around climate change. And some of the presenters have talked about it. There are youth-oriented organizations that are coming up in different areas in our communities. So I would say start by taking an interest in that, see what is already being done, and then what else can you offer to those organizations, and then start from there. And once you do that, then you will notice that climate change is not this big thing that requires amount of experience or to have, a particular degree. It's something that everybody can address. It's something that in our little way we can help alleviate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christine. Christine, it's not easy, to really engage with the farmers and convince them that your work is actually important and it would actually help them. So, in long term. So, do you face this resistance, from the farmers, and how do you actually, overcome it?
Great, that's a great question. So I will respond it in the context of the project that I presented. I mean, yeah, of course you will face resistance, not just for farmers. I mean, if I came to you and gave you this magical solution and told you this is going to fix all your problems, you will be critical, right? But so what we did in the project is we engaged the farmers from the beginning. They identified what the learning priorities that they wanted to learn. And then we gave them, we worked with them to identify, okay, these are the options that they wanted to test. So in this case, they wanted to learn more about soil and water conservation in the drylands, as well as how to get their tree seedlings to survive. So they would plant tree seedlings, but they would never survive past 6 months. So they wanted to learn more about that. So we engaged them, and so we identified the tree species they wanted to plant and the soil and water conservation practices that were not expensive, that were fitted to their context. And then, you give them a sort of options, and then you tell them, okay, these are some of the things you're proposing. Just try them and compare them to what you're normally doing. So this is what they do, you tell them to do X, and then compare them to Y, which is what they are normally doing. So if what you're telling them works, then you don't need to convince them, because they can see it on their own farms. There is no outside influence, because you're just telling them, okay, just giving them technical support and guiding them, but you're not there to influence what they're seeing. So, I mean, if they wake up and go to their farm in the morning, they can see, oh, this is working better compared to the way I normally do things. So it depends on how we engage them. So if we take a bottom-up approach and help them understand, then we don't need to convince them, because then they can see for themselves that they have the evidence, but also using farmers and other people as ambassadors. So as someone mentioned, it's much easier to believe something from someone you know and someone whose context sort of is similar to yours than a complete stranger. So if I see my neighbor's farm is doing better than mine, then I'll go to my neighbor's farm and I want to know what they're doing. And because I know them and I know their context, then it's much easier for me to believe them than someone else coming from the outside and telling me, okay, I know what your problem is and these are the solutions to your problem. So I think it's all about how we engage them and at what level we start the engagement.
I think that's really very, very interesting. Lincoln, perhaps I could ask you I mean, before I ask you this very interesting question from the audience, so I want to ask my question first.
Sure.
Yeah, Lincoln, when we talk about food security, so you actually approach in the way where you're trying to help the farmers and reduce the waste so that we can save a bowl of rice. There's a bowl of rice being saved and from the waste, right? So I want to ask you, because you're a Malaysian also, so in Malaysia, we have also seen, this phenomenon going on where a lot of young people or youth, refuse to go into agriculture. Or in other words, nobody wants to become a farmer because of, the challenges faced, in the agriculture field, and the income probably is not as good and things like that. So for your work that you have done, do you see, a change in perception, among the young people that perhaps, they are more willing to take up, the, I do not know, the family career, or to become a farmer, or totally, city people, city youth, they actually want to become a farmers?
I think that's a very interesting question. We definitely have spoken to, I guess you could call them like the second generation, people who grew up, their parents are farmers. And two very interesting phenomena. What you say is very true. I think this problem exists in nearly all farming countries in the world where it's an aging population of farmers, where the farmers are getting older and there are much lesser and lesser younger farmers. Most of the kids want to go work urban jobs in the cities. And when we speak to some of these kids, right, who grew up in the farms, the reason that they actually move to the cities, some of them, yes, because they want to pursue different jobs, they want to pursue more urbanized jobs. But for some of them, it is more of that they understand the opportunities out there and they feel that what was interesting for us is some of them actually said that we don't mind farming, like we don't mind it as a career. But the problem is that we feel that it's so hard work, like it's a lot of work, as in physically back-breaking work with very little return. And that is one of the reasons why we want to promote this idea of the technology is out there, the best practices are out there. Sometimes, and most of the times the farmers, like I think Ms. Christine, she mentioned, the farmers are aware of it. For us, most of the solutions we've implemented was actually because our communities actually, we speak to them and they tell us, oh, this is what we want. And we listen to them because they know. They just sometimes need a bit of the access that we can provide, and their kids know it too. Their kids say, the kids are saying because it's so difficult, if it wasn't so difficult, I probably would consider doing it. And so there needs to be like an ecosystem that is built to help make farming easy, so that they don't have to think I have to spend days and days in the field, hours and hours under the hot sun. Because if you look at many commercial farms in developed countries, that's not what the farmers do. The farmers, they use machinery. It is still difficult work, but it's not that difficult, not as difficult as it is in some parts of Southeast Asia. But what is interesting is the second thing you mentioned, is that there are actually, I think in Malaysia, I'm recently discovering this myself, but there are more and more people, actually sometimes even young professionals, who are starting to get into farming, perhaps as a side job, some as a full-time job. They've left their jobs as professionals and they like the farming life. They want to stay in the countryside. They want to farm full-time. And maybe it's a small group of people, but there is definitely potential there. And normally these people are more open. Their farms are actually more productive because they use better practices. They're more willing to innovate, take risks with their farming techniques. And there's definitely a future there. I think it just has to be tapped. You probably need a lot of players, you probably need policymakers to get involved. You probably need a lot of industry players. They probably need very strong access to markets as well. so that it's worthwhile for them to basically take this risk.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Lincoln. Lincoln, there's this question for you from the audience. How did you raise money for Rise Inc. before the 1 million prize award that you get? So any tips for budding social entrepreneurs who are just getting started?
So it's a very common thing for entrepreneurs in the beginning, raising money. For us, I'll tell how we did it, but I will also explain how a budding social entrepreneur could do it, because throughout the Hot Prize, we encountered a lot of, like, not just our competitors, but our friends who were on the same journey. So how we did it was, the Hot Prize worked in a very, not to say funny way, but a very intense way. That it's sort of like there's only one winner and you only get it right at the end. So you spend 1 year building your business with no support other than the fact that you progress to the next stage of the competition. So what we did was we actually realized there are a lot of opportunities out there. There are a lot of people, like we joined university, smaller competitions from our university, from other organizations that were, where the prizes were much, much, much smaller, but they all allowed us an opportunity to get some funds in and to pilot our project. So we can actually produce real results. And because what we realized was we already have a very good presentation. So leverage the use of our own resources, which is we had a good presentation, we knew how to present it, and go and get the other resources in, which was the initial funds. This worked quite well for us. For other social entrepreneurs in the Hot Prize, what has worked well for them is some of them crowdfund, and some of them actually get angel investors in, people who just, you know, they just want to see you succeed. And I think that's quite important because for us, it wasn't so much about the funds, but when we joined alternative, smaller competitions, we actually got a solid network of mentors. We got a solid network of people in the industry who was willing to support us. And they actually proved very crucial when we were actually going for like the Hot Prize and bigger, like sort of like bigger, more high level presentations, because you always need to build a solid sort of base first.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Lincoln. What a good tips, like, you know, for all our budding, like, you know, entrepreneurs out there. So perhaps, like, you know, Nine, I have one question, like, you know, probably the last one, like, you know, for this session. Like, I saw that, like, you know, in your presentation, you actually show a lot of very fun and interesting photo during your workshops, where you have a lot of engagement with the youth and things like that. So can you share with us, like, you know, how do you actually come up with the model, like, you know, how you want to engage or run the workshop, actually? So because I will have a lot of, like, you know, this expectation or imagination where, like, you know, probably it will be a class where you start to talk what is, like, you know, mangrove, what happened to mangrove and things like that. But I see that there's a lot of these interactive activities going on. It's very, very fun. So how do you come up with the model, and how do you find it, like, you know, compared to the conventional or traditional type of workshop where a lot of people think of education, it will be like a one-way education?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Basically, there are like two main parts in the workshop. So my model is like in the morning section, we will be more like kind of teaching and kind of lecturing section. But even in there, we have many interactive actions. So we after our presentation and introduction section, so we divided our participants into, I mean, basically 5 groups. And they also discuss within their group, and we have a couple of questions and talking points within them. Each group presents their ideas and the results of their group, and there are also questions and answer section. And in the afternoon section, it is more active and more lively because like there are ice-breaking activities and like how should I put it, self-doing activities. It is a kind of disaster preparedness skills activity. So like in the morning section, we also divided our participants into 5 groups, and they have to participate in each activity. And we made 4 stations, like it was mentioned in my presentation. And these are about the disaster preparedness skills, about for example, about the earthquake preparedness case, and moving injured person from one place to another by using the materials around you. These are very essential and important skills during the disaster situation. To be honest, in Myanmar, we don't have such kind of disaster preparedness center and training program on the disaster skills. But we are very lucky to have Paul back from Thailand. She is currently working in that field, and that's why we had the opportunities to use her expertise in our workshop as a form of collaboration. So, all in all, my workshop is a mix between the lectures and more fun and more lively activities. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, to Nai, Christine, and also to Lincoln. So on the very great sharing and all the tips and the initiatives are all very, very inspiring. So before we go into the next session, so we would actually allow the technical to set up the panel discussion, which is in the last session, where we will have our panel discussion. And in the panel discussion, so we actually have 7 panelists from not just Malaysia, but also from Kenya, from the Solomon Island, so and also Nai, from Myanmar will be joining us to actually discuss on how we could actually leverage on the platforms that have already been established, so that we can actually work together, enhance and expand the platform. So we are talking about international collaboration and also cooperation to engage better all the tropical countries in the world. So in the fight against climate change and also environmental sustainability. So let me give you a little bit of the background of the whole thing. So while you, after listening to all the different talks and sharing various initiatives that actually happening or being carried out in Malaysia. So in the morning sessions, and the Q&A session was actually very, very intense and very great, where a lot of people write in and ask questions, but due to limitation of time, we couldn't actually ask all the questions to the speakers. Perhaps during this panel discussion session, you can type your question and we can ask the speakers in the moment so that we can discuss further. So just now, in the afternoon, we have 2 sessions, that we engage, with all the international speakers to listen to their sharing on various initiatives and activities that going on in other countries, other tropical countries, other than Malaysia, in Kenya, in Solomon Island. So perhaps you noticed that, in session 5 and 6, that we actually talk a little bit about the science, the research on climate change, but we don't really give them enough time to expand further on the knowledge in research and things like that. So as a scientist myself, so I would want to know more about the research gaps later on, and how this science research collaboration could go on across the different tropical countries in the world right now. So during this panel discussion session, so how it would happen will be we will have some questions that we ask to different panelists over here, and there will be before we end the webinar, before we end the panel discussion, so there will be time allocated for the interactive engagement between audience and also the panelists. So do type in your question so that we can ask 10 minutes before the panel discussion end. So type in and then we will ask the questions for you. So now let's look at all these that I think the setup has already been done. So let me just stress again, on the purpose of having this panel discussion. The theme of this panel discussion is actually, to discuss, about, or to probably, it would be good, to say that to explore the possibility and potential for collaboration. So among all of these, different platforms and, across country, international collaboration, academia, public-private, partnership collaboration with the social enterprise, and so on and so forth. So hopefully, with this discussion over here, we will get, some ideas, and information, how we could actually move forward and also like, probably like contribute to potential activities or plan for the Troop Sign to the 2021 conference next year. So perhaps we can do more activity like this. So let me introduce the 7 panelists joining us this afternoon. So first we have Mr. Shakil Suhaimi from Malaysian Youth Delegation. So Mr. Shakil has joined us in the morning to introduce about MYD. So welcome, Mr. Shakil. And we have Ms. Norida Samad, the Partners of Community Organization in Sabah. So welcome. So Ms. Norida has also shared all the initiative happening in Sabah, so in Malaysia in the morning. So Mr. Stephen Simon, yes, who has just joined us just now from USP. Ms. Christine Magaju from the World Agroforestry Center, Kenya. So Mr. Nai, the Black Ranger from Mangrove Ranger. Sorry, is he here? Yes. So, and also Mr. Lincoln Lee. And we have Dr. Sharina Abdul Halim from Lestari UKM joining us here today also in the panel discussion. So last but not least, so I would like to introduce Dr. Rafael, so from Kenyatta University. So since Dr. Rafael's the bios is not included in the program book, please allow me for a short time to introduce Dr. Rafael. So Dr. Rafael is an environmental governance and management specialist. So he is also a lecturer of physical geography at Kenyatta University, Kenya. So Dr. Rafael leads numerous research projects on climate change, such as impact of climate change adaptation projects in arid and semi-arid regions in Kenya, resource conflicts among communities living adjacent to a forest reserve in Kenya, integrating remote sensing technologies and indigenous knowledge in predicting crop yields in Kenya, and Grow Education Challenge Project 2015 and 2017. So Dr. Rafael, your research project is quite variable and you have involved quite a lot in climate change education in Kenya. Dr. Rafael's research interests include natural resource mediation, agriculture and indigenous knowledge, and climate change adaptation. So since this is the first time we hear from Dr. Rafael, so perhaps Dr. Rafael, could you just probably briefly talk a little bit about your research in Kenya? Yes, Dr. Rafael.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for your very good introduction of myself. I think you already told the audience what I'm involved in, but basically I've been involved in environmental issues, research that has to do with the environmental conflicts, and but currently I'm involved in research in shared sanitation, of course, which is still part of environmental health. I think I better just stop here and listen in more and comment more as we get into the questions of the panel session. Thank you.
Dr. Rafael, as a climate scientist from a developing country in the tropics, like in Kenya, so could you share with us what is the present climate situation and also impacts of climate change in Kenya, perhaps also in the other tropical countries in Africa? So what are the research gaps in climate change studies over there in Kenya?
Okay, first we know that, a lot of information and data has been generated, especially on the extent of you know, the warming climate, changes in temperature, let's say the flooding and the extent of flooding within the tropics and of course Kenya specifically. But what is lacking generally is the communication, environmental communication. For instance, we generally do not really have an understanding on knowledge communication. This information that has been generated, how it reaches the various stakeholders and the local people included, the youth. For instance, when we talk of climate forecasting and climate modeling, how do we get this information to the ground? Because this information is more useful to, say, farmers who are on the ground. So I would say that is one of the knowledge gap, and I know there are various initiatives and research groups in Kenya and in the region that are trying to, you know, fill this gap by coming together to see how knowledge, climate information, or information on environmental changes can better reach the people who are supposed to utilize it. I think in terms of this gap, of course, we also have the nexus or the relationship between climate impacts and human health. And of course, this has been identified by the World Health Organization on, for instance, how health is impacted, the extent to which health is impacted by changing climates in Africa and in the tropical region. Issues of livelihoods, poverty, rural communities, indigenous groups, marginalized people, how are they affected by the climate, let's say change of 1.5 degrees Celsius. I think the other issue which also has brought is something that researchers need to look into is the impact of changing climates on human migration. We know that Africa, we have this exodus of many young people migrating from African countries trying to cross the Mediterranean and because of so many challenges. But there is a feeling that there must be a link between changing climate and this human migration. But it is still a research gap because we haven't seen any concrete data to support that linkage. Back to you.
Okay. So I think, like, you know, it's actually quite interesting when we look into the impacts of climate change, or when we talk about climate change. So we get a lot of, like, you know, actually information, and including, like, you know, publication from the developed countries. So I believe, like, you know, that the impact that is faced by developing country, perhaps in Africa, in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia. So it will be probably, like, you know, at a different dimension and probably slightly different. Dr. Sharina, would you be able to, like, you know, share with us a little bit, like, you know, on this point? Like, what is the major research direction? Like, you know, when we talk about climate change over here in Malaysia, so what is the direction? What is the research gaps? Or what is the research that we actually, like, are doing, like, you know, to fill in these gaps over here in this part of the world? Dr. Sharina.
Thank you, Doctor, for your very important question, and thank you from a colleague from Kenya for sharing the situation of climate change over there. Yeah, early this morning, I shared about very briefly on the state of the existing research done on climate change in Malaysia. So at the moment, there is a lot of emphasis placed on mitigation work. So there's a lot of mitigation work on climate change rather than on adaptation per se. So I think for Malaysia, hopefully we can see more work to complement both mitigation as well as adaptation, particularly on adaptation strategies, hopefully to bridge the current gaps of adaptation, which I think is very crucial. Because a lot now is more on and not to say that mitigation is not important, but I think mitigation also we need continual improvement on both mitigation and adaptation programs. And you know, there's a lot of good work that's ongoing now in addressing climate change. And I think the realization on the gap, there's a lot of good work on scientific, but the more work need to be done on other discipline as well. And it should be more of an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach so that it will be more holistic in addressing the climate change issues. So I think it takes everyone to put our heads together and trying to find the most best solution in addressing these very important issues of climate change. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Dr. Sharina, you has raised a very good point on international, on the interdisciplinary research and collaboration. Perhaps Lincoln, just now you share your view on how you actually prevent waste or reduce waste by adapting new technologies in agriculture. So in your point of view, do you think that how would probably research and scientific collaboration would actually help or enhance your work, and which direction probably the research should go into in terms of food insecurity, food security issue for agriculture?
I think definitely there is a lot of collaboration that can happen between research and I guess people from the private sector, like my background. And I think for a personal example that we have is why we partner with the International Rice Research Institute. Basically, the technology that we installed was originally sort of sourced by them and developed by them with local manufacturers and local partners. And it was their research that actually formed the basis of the solutions that we implemented. And I think the relationship we have with them is that they are very focused as well. For example, their research institute is very focused on targeting solutions in the rice industry, and they're very good at coming up with the solutions and testing them and proving it works. But then what they need to do is that they then partner with not just people like us, but even big multinational companies, other partners to sort of deploy those solutions in a more, I guess, it can be either an NGO partner, it can be a commercial partner, or it can be a government partnership as well. And in terms of where the research should go towards, I definitely think there is a lot of opportunity in the new, I guess, sort of like the new, I guess, more modern, I don't want to use buzzwords, but they are sort of like buzzwords where, for example, a lot of industries have adopted using stuff like machine learning, the fourth industrial revolution, AI and things like this. And has been a movement in the food security agriculture industry to sort of implement these technologies, because actually, I think there is a statistic that about 80% of all smallholder farmers actually have smartphones and they know how to use them. We've seen it in the fields when we're working with them. They might not totally understand it, but they do know how to use it and they're very active on it, on social media and on networks. And so this provides a very big opportunity because it's been done in other industries, and the agriculture industry sometimes can be seen as a bit backward, but actually the opportunity is there to develop solutions using stuff that's already worked in other sectors and just sort of like tailoring it to the agriculture sector.
Okay, I think that's a very good point, being raised. Christine, so as a female scientist yourself, so what are the challenges you face, in your research career over there? Do you think that there's already been enough scientists or researchers in the field, Like, you know, I know that, like, you know, in Africa, there are a lot of, like, you know, climate activists or environmental activists. But do you think that we have enough researchers, like, you know, in the field? So do you think that there is a need, like, you know, to educate more or to groom more? And what are the challenges that you face?
Great, thank you. So do I think that we have enough researchers? No, I think we still need more. And as Dr. Raphael mentioned, there is a lot more that needs to be done around climate change. And as Dr. Shakrina mentioned as well, around climate mitigation and adaptation. I'm looking at the nexus of climate change and human health mentioned by Dr. Raphael, and the interlinkages with human health, with livelihoods. I mean, there's a lot more that can be done. And as the discussion and as we see more evolving, then we need to adapt to these changes. And for that to happen, we need to have continuous education and continuous engagement with all other people. So yeah, no, I don't think there is enough researchers yet. I think we still have a lot more to do, and there's still a lot more to be done to address climate change and the related impacts and the interlinkages mentioned by the other panelists. In terms of challenges when it comes to being a female scientist, I don't think they are any different from being a scientist in any other part of the world. It's all about getting credibility as a scientist, getting traction as a scientist. So I think there's still, it's something that is changing in most places, and we're looking forward to seeing, you know, more young people, more young women embrace research, more young people get interested in research on environmental issues, including climate change. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Perhaps, like, you know, I want to read, like, you know, one statement, a report, like, you know, actually from the States of the Tropic Report 2014. So it states that although the tropic cover only 40% of the world's surface area, but it holds, it's home to about 80% of the terrestrial biodiversity and more than 95% of its mangrove and coral reef-based biodiversity. So also the tropics is home to 40% of the world population, in which 55% of the world's children under the age of 5 years old are actually residing in the tropics. So by 2050, some 50% of the world's population and close to 60% of the world's children are actually expected to reside in tropics. So means that tropics, the tropical country will be the future. So because, like, you know, the working generation, the most active, population will be from the tropics, like, you know, to work and so on and so forth. So although, like, you know, the study reported on an increasing economic growth and overall improvement in the state of living in the tropic, but the poverty rate is still very high, with more than 2/3 of the world's poorest people actually live in the tropics. So to strike a balance, like, you know, between conservation, like, you know, between the culture and urbanization and globalization. So it is always not as simple and so straightforward, and it's always, like, you know, a lot of debatable. A lot of people resist, like, you know, to conserve or, like, you know, to move forward. So how does youth-led organization actually influence, like, you know, and play a role? So what is the challenge? What are the challenges faced, and how could international cooperation and collaboration actually help? Probably, like, you know, Mr. Shakil, like, you know, you would be able to share your experience in running the MYD and sharing a little bit of, like, you know, the challenges that you face in influencing change in the region.
Yep. Thank you so much for that question. So with regards to challenges, I guess what I can say is having been exposed to international climate change negotiations and having been exposed to statements made by our heads of states at such international negotiations, it's interesting to note how they can make certain, so it's an observation in that they will make a certain statement. How do I put it? They will make a certain, what's the word I'm looking for? A certain target to address the issue of climate change, but you may not necessarily see such targets being implemented or being fulfilled nationally. I I think down to that, a lot of it is down to lack of interministerial coordination as well as cooperation. And I guess to add a bit more to that specifically, when it comes to UN climate change conferences, Malaysia's focal point as far as the ministry is concerned is the Ministry of, at the moment it should be Kasar Kementerian Alam Sekitar dan Air. Sorry, I won't bring up Kasar, I'll bring up MESTECC, okay? So MESTECC has been to COP. So with regards to MESTECC, they are the focal point to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change with regards to climate change. So whatever commitments they make, that's the word I was looking for, whatever commitments they make, whatever targets they announce at the international stage, you may not necessarily yet happening on the ground in Malaysia. And I think a very clear example in 2018 or 2019 was after UOB made a rousing, powerful statement about Malaysia wanting to commit to addressing the issue of climate change. Not too long after that, I think our Prime Minister back then, Tun Mahathir, announced plans to introduce the third national car. So it's issues such as this which makes it very confusing as far as climate policies are concerned. I think that's one of the things I want to bring up. I think interministerial coordination as well as cooperation can be much better. Just because as a country we announce something at the international stage, but then policies doesn't mean it may necessarily happen on the ground. Yeah, so I think that's just one example I'd like to highlight to push on how interministerial effort is very, very important as far as climate change is concerned.
Yeah, perhaps Stephen, can you share a little bit your challenges, I mean, you from the Solomon Island, actually have take part in COP, in all the United Nations collaboration and things like that. So, but there are a lot more youth, in Solomon Island, so how would you, or what do you think that we should do, to actually engage more youth, in Solomon Island to be like you and to join and to pursue, in climate change? Sorry, Stephen, we cannot hear you. You need to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Okay, you guys can hear me now, I guess. Okay, yeah. Like I said earlier today during the discussion, challenges that we in the Pacific are facing, what should I say? It's a first-time challenges, when it comes to climate change and environmental issues. Yeah, given the opportunity that I have last year to participate in the COP 25, it gives me a good lesson learned, what we the Pacific Islanders should have do in order to engage young people, especially to be part of the decision making when we discuss climate change and environmental issues. The challenges that we are facing today, first, I would say that the differences in gaps between when you look at the community level and then you going up the strata up to the regional or even the international level. Yeah, there is a communication gap in between. Those some of us whom we are what should I say, formally educated, we learn from media, from what we thought of in the school about climate change. But for those in the community level, those in rural areas, they knew nothing about that. So it's become a gap in between the line. So it's become a challenge on how we can go about making sure that those youth or young people down at the local level, they too need to have that knowledge the knowledge of understanding what is going on about climate change and environmental issues. I think if they have equipped with that knowledge and skills, they will contribute much when it comes to discussing or negotiating in climate change and environmental discussions. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Ms. Norida, so I know that you work a lot in Sabah and with the indigenous community, with the local community. While we talk about globalization, it's important also to talk about localization, where we can localize initiative and practices and really answer the questions that the indigenous community or the youth, or probably to be more particular, the youth within the indigenous community need. So in your opinion, Ms. Norida, so how could we better engage the youth of the indigenous community in Sabah?
Hi. Okay, what we're doing here is we try to bring more youth to participate in every program that we organize. So once they participate, they can experience, they see what happened in the real situations. Apart from that, we also keep sharing the information with the youth, spending time together to sharing the information what is happening in the field, for climate change now in this, even in Kampong here, we felt that the temperature is very hot now. Yeah, so that's why we keep having discussion why this happened now, why before this our village is not that hot, but after the mangrove been cleared, we face now we face that the temperature is rising. Even at the night, you can feel that the sun is up to here. It's very hot here now. So when we bring more youth to our program, so indirectly they will know that we have to do something to cope with this situation. So that's why we trying to bring more youth and the community as a whole, what we have to do to help ourselves in this kampong to cope with this climate change, because even the rain, the dry season is cannot predict for now, so it's difficult for the orang kampung like us when this happen lah.
So yeah, thank you, Norida. Dr. Sharina, do you have anything to add on? Dr. Sharina, so yes, okay.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I think there's a lot that can be added on, I think. But definitely the sound that everybody is sharing is almost similar. Of course, the differences would be on the scale and the intensity as to what the exposure that we are facing in our everyday lives. But I like to echo what you have started with earlier on how can we actually work together now that there's a lot of good things on the ground, right? And I actually learned a lot today from the morning session and the afternoon session, and these are the things that actually, oh, I didn't know. So now I know, and I'm sure a lot of people also would share my similar situation. So how can we work together and how can we disseminate and spread these good things that we are all doing and get more people to be part of this initiative. So this is the question now, so that this work will continue even if we are in Malaysia or in the Pacific or in Kenya. You know, we are wherever we are, we can still keep in touch and always try to have a communication, always keep our communication alive. So I don't know, maybe Do you have any suggestion or like is ASM doing something to pull us all together in conjunction with this celebration? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, for the extra tips over here and sharing point. And Nai, you started your project actually like, your partners, so the four rangers, the four power rangers are actually from different countries. So could you share with us like, a little bit of experience? How do you actually like, started with this like, because they are all from different countries. So how do you start with this, like, the international team up and to work on one project together? And what challenges you find in the process of collaborating and working together?
Yeah, that's a great question. As I have already mentioned in my presentation, so we all four Mango Rangers met in a program called YCLI at the University of Montana in the USA. And how they run the program is like in the beginning of the program, we have to introduce, we have to propose one of the critical issues which is happening in our home countries. And then we have to, we have to make the groups, and everyone, people of the common interest can unite as a team or as a group. In this way, Mango Ranger was formed. But in the reality, how to formulate and how to implement the whole project in the meantime of living in different countries, in different geographical situations, it's not that easy. So in this case, I would like to bring the ease of digital technology. So we mainly have to use the digital tools like this one, Zoom and Facebook Messenger and Google Streets and all the digital tools, because we have to use the remote collaboration among our groups. And that the project is mainly based in Myanmar, and I host the project. As a matter of fact, I mainly take responsibility in networking, communicating, recruiting, procurement, and such kind of stuff. Who I need to work in my country, which is Myanmar. Another thing I would like, this is how my group, how Mango Ranger was formed and what kind of problems we encountered. Another thing which I can add, which is not included in your question, is about my suggestion for the youths. Because like climate change and environmental issues, it becomes a global concern, and all the young people, they would like to participate from education, technology, science, law, whatever field they are from. Those young people are willing to speak up for the climate change. So there are also many opportunities for them. So here, I would like to bring the importance of youth program like YCLI I joined. And because this program is not only just within the program, at the end of the program, we can still extend and we can still do the follow-up project. They also reward the small grants to implement such kind of environmental problems. As a matter of fact, we Mango Ranger can also do the program. That's why for all the young people, not only from Myanmar, but also from ASEAN, as well as the global level, they should also join such kind of international youth collaboration project. In this way, they can get not only the mentorship, but also the financial aid, like the small grant. So this is my suggestion for the youth from the world in this International Youth Day. Thank you, Chai.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Yeah, Dr. Rafael, so I saw that one of your projects is actually on girls' education in Kenya. Perhaps Christine could also chip in and to share experience. I know that in Africa, there's been a great issue on gender equality, and also females or women faces a lot of challenges to raise as a leader and so on and so forth. So in these initial or these progress in Kenya. So what are the challenges faced by the girls or the female including like, in the fight against like, climate change and environmental issue. And what are the works that has been done like, over there? And could international collaboration or cooperation actually help to release like, some of the issue over there?
Yeah, thank you so much. First, the project that I was involved in on the Girl Education Challenge was monitoring and evaluating the impact of donor-funded projects in arid and semi-arid lands, as well as urban informal settlements on the education of the girl child. So what happened is that we have a DFID funded project where they provide they provide books. They also provide some cash incentives to children, especially girls from vulnerable communities. And as I said, arid and semi-arid lands. And our role as researchers was to monitor over a period of time how girls who had benefited from this project were performing in schools in terms of whether they were consistent in attending to the school, going to school, whether there was change in terms of literacy, in mathematics and all that. Of course, we had very interesting results where girls who were in the projects performed better than girls who were not enrolled in the projects. And that, I think, can answer the last part of your question, what collaborations can be done. So we are talking about maybe international funding agencies cooperating with the national administrations, together with the civil society, non-governmental organizations, in trying to ensure that the female gender and girls, for that matter, are cushioned. We know that the climate effects, the climate change effects usually impact negatively, or rather their impact on women and girls in some regions, especially in Kenya and Africa, is higher than on the other gender. So you could see, even when you are looking at, let's say, newscasts on CNN or major media houses, showing, say, there is flooding in Kenya or there is drought, you are most likely to see women, being shown, women and young children. And that is not only on climate, even environmental issues. Wherever we have environmental conflicts, you would see women and children bearing the greatest brand. So I think in terms of collaboration and research, a lot of efforts need to be put in ensuring that this group of people are cushioned. They are brought up so that they are more resilient. In fact, the assumption that we have is that a generally resilient community or group of people is a climate resilient group of people or community. And so where there are disparities in terms of gender, and in Kenya and most parts of Africa, we need to do something about the girl child and the women gender, and even the youth. We need to bring them up, make sure that if it is education, they can also access education just like any other person. If it is entrepreneurship or business opportunities, they are also brought up. But as I said, and as you mentioned, collaboration is key, where we need national players, international players, the non-governmental organization, researchers, academicians coming together, pulling together to ensure that this is realized. Thank you.
Okay, so Christine, do you have anything to add on?
Just to, I agree with everything Dr. Rafael has said. And I'd like to add that, in addition to basic education, we also need to show our girls, our young women, that there is no one way to effecting change, that they can take whatever path that is available and with that and work with what they have, and through that they can affect change. And I agree, I believe that like with the advent of like youth advocacy, most young people are seeing their voices count and they can be heard, and that they can make a difference. So yeah, we should continue empowering them to pursue whatever dream they have, and to show them that they don't need to be just doctors to make a change in their communities. They can be teachers, they can be lawyers, they can be all other things, and that they are all interconnected and they all have they contribute equally to an equal society, to a just society.
Okay, so I have a question over here. I want to ask, like, is there an obvious gap, like, between of community and policy? So, and how would you actually bridge the gap? Perhaps, like, Mr. Shakil can address this.
Yep, sorry, Dr. Chai, the line was a bit unclear. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I want to ask, like, is there an obvious, like, gap between, like, the community and the policy, and how would youth actually come in to fill in this gap?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think an obvious gap when it comes to policies as well as those on the ground is number one, awareness. I think amongst others, within Malaysia, at least climate change is still seen as an issue pushed by those within the urban states, within urban areas. So within rural communities or in communities in general, I think it's not seen as an issue that is important. It's not seen as an issue that affects them directly, even though they may actually be experiencing the effects of climate change as we speak. And I think, so to speak on rural communities specifically, I think a huge barrier to entry is the language barrier, because a lot of climate policies being formulated is, or at least being communicated, is in the English language, and a lot of the terms are very technical. They're very heavy in jargon. Hence, there is a challenge when it comes to communicating such policies to those who are on the ground. Yeah, so that will be my take on it with regards to the main barriers to entry, Dr. Chai.
Yeah, today we are actually very excited, like, to hear and to learn that there are so many youth-led community or, like, initiative and organization, like, not just in Malaysia, but also in Southeast Asia, like, in Africa, in elsewhere, like also in the United Nations internationally. So how could these, like, different youth-led initiative or organization work together? So is there a way that they could actually, like, work together, so that you can achieve, like, the outcome in a more efficient way? So perhaps, like, Stephen, you can share your experience. So have you seen, like, these, like, collaboration between youth groups?
Can you you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
I had a little bit interruption. Please, can you repeat the statement again?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I want to ask you, like, because you have joined, like, COP and also the United Nations, like, youth group. So can you share with us a little bit, like, is there a challenge in having the different youth groups, like, from probably different countries to work together? So, or has it already been, like, there's already a model, like, being there. There's a platform to bring all the different youth groups together.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Let me take it back to the context of us in the Pacific. Like, we have initiated. We have different platforms, groups in different countries around the Pacific that are collaborating, especially youth groups when it comes to the discussion of climate change and environmental issues. The one, like I have mentioned earlier today, one of the, actually it's the main issue that we are facing. It all comes back to the way the gap we experience. I think, if I may say, I think it's because of the setting in which we are living. Like we are isolated, remote from each island, or if I may say. So we still have the problem with communication, communication gap in between. But we are so fortunate that we have tried our best to come up with a group within each countries around the Pacific. Yeah. So we are collaborating, though we are living apart from each islands. Yeah. Yes, that's the challenge we are facing currently. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, probably I want to ask a question to all the panelists over here. Like based on your experience, what are the barriers to international or inter-stakeholder collaboration? Like perhaps we could start from Lincoln.
In our context, I guess the barriers to stakeholder collaboration is sometimes it's, I guess, the awareness of the different stakeholders. Because, for example, the people that are around us and the people we work with are very much just in the rice industry, and from the people we studied from our university, the mentors and stuff like this. Even though I'm from Malaysia myself, I might not be exposed to a lot of the, for example, the academic work that's going on in agriculture in Malaysia. I had to take a lot of time to actually break into it. There wasn't like, I guess sometimes when I first tried, it was actually pretty hard to get in touch with some, I guess, for example, more of the research institutes that are government linked that deal with the farmers in Malaysia. They probably are not that responsive if, let's say, a university student just like approaches them out of the blue for a project. And I think that at least for people like us, like entrepreneurs and startups, there should be like an ecosystem for them to get involved, to understand, because most of the time, a lot of the things that we will base our initial plans on will be from research papers, will be from industry, research and policies. And so if there could be a communication, that would be great, because essentially that's how we first developed it. So we had to reach out to the people publishing the papers on our own, like just by emailing as many of them as possible. But if there was that initial connection, there was like a go-to person for that, that would have been great.
Okay, so if you could hear from, I don't know, Christine.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Lincoln has said, yes, awareness in terms of stakeholders, as he mentioned, but also awareness in terms of what other people are doing. So we tend to know what is in our circle or within our reach. So we don't, out of habit, not try and get to know what others are doing. So we may know that they exist and that they are doing somewhat similar things to what you're doing, but within their context. And the other thing is, like, before this current pandemic, most of the collaborations, at least at the international level, used to be physical. And there is cost implication to attending physical meetings in one location. But at least with the pandemic, then we've got all this new set of tools now that we can use to collaborate without the heavy investment in flight costs, in hotels, in accommodation. So that I would say, yeah, those are the two messages, two barriers I would focus on. So the awareness in terms of the stakeholders involved, and as well as the stakeholders, what the stakeholders are doing, and the cost of collaboration at the international level. Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Norida, would you be able to share, like, the barriers in your experience? What are the barriers?
For me, the main barriers is the information. Like for my community, they don't really know what is this climate change. So even though there is a team or there is a stakeholders which want to collaborate with us, but my community cannot take this for, they don't really understand what is happening actually. So we have to make them understand, to raise their awareness that there is something that we should do with this climate change. So spreading of the information is one of our limitation in here lah.
Okay. Dr. Sharina?
Yeah, I also have to agree with all the panelists who shared the barriers. I think in my little experience, I think there's also, to ensure a successful collaboration, there need to be a sense of respect in the diversity of the collaboration. Yeah, this is very important because we are all coming in to collaborate, but we all have our different capacities and capabilities. So respecting diversity is probably equivalently important in this process of collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, Nai? Yeah, or Mr. Shakil, you can share your thought on what are the barriers, like, based on your experience that actually, like, to international or inter-stakeholder collaboration.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dr. Chai. Yeah, so on top of the barriers I mentioned earlier, as far as awareness and language barrier is concerned, I think I want to build up on what Dr. Sharina spoke about. I think when it comes to different stakeholders and different stakeholders having to engage, I think it's important to note that not everyone will go into the meeting with the same agenda. Just to be on the cynical side as far as international negotiation is concerned, because at such international negotiations, COP specifically, you will note that there is a huge divide between developed and developing countries as far as agenda is concerned. I think a huge barrier is different parties going into such negotiation agenda, wanting to push such agendas without actually wanting to listen to the views of other parties. So I think that is also a barrier as far as moving international negotiations forward is concerned. I think people will need to go into it having good faith, wanting to collaborate together. But unfortunately, it is a fact that certain parties just have their own agendas, which should not be, that's my take on it. As far as international negotiation is concerned.
So is there anything, like, to add on, like, Dr. Rafael and Nai, perhaps, like,
Okay, I think I can just add to what they have said using my experience from working at Kenyatta University. I think as a young academician, one of the barriers to this collaboration is networking, access to networks, because as a young academician, maybe you've just finished your master's degree, you've not built so many networks. And even the proposal writing skills. Remember, even sometimes for you to get to collaborate with partners across the country in different institutions, you need to show prowess in proposal writing skills. So, and that can be a barrier, especially from the region where I come from. And lastly, I think there is this north-south kind of collaboration, because in Africa we do a lot of collaboration with partners from the north. European countries and so on and so forth. And you find that sometimes we are demotivated because who sets the agenda, who sets the priorities? You find maybe the partners from the north want to set the objectives, and yet the research and the collaboration is being done in the south. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Nine, yes.
Yeah, in my perspective, one of the main barriers which we encounter during the implementation of such kind of cross-country projects is trying to achieve all inclusiveness. You also mentioned like there are many youths and there will be more potentially more increasing population of youth in the future as well. But what we need to take account into consideration is, can they all participate? Can they all have the access to such kind of benefits? For example, in Myanmar, not all the youths are living in Myanmar. I mean, not all the youths are living in the urban area. You know, in Myanmar, 30% of the people are only living in Myanmar, and the rest of over 70% are from the rural areas. To be honest, they don't have access to nice and quality and high quality education and stuff like that. So we have such kind of like deficiencies, especially in the youths. So when we make such kind of project, we should need to consider to achieve the all inclusiveness. As an example of this, in my project, Mango Ranger, we basically and fundamentally take this point into account. You know, in Myanmar, there are 14 states and regions, and we accept only 25 participants as during our recruitment criteria, but most of them are from like about 12 states and regions. So it mostly covers, but still we need to do more in the future. And that's why this is my message, and this is my sincere suggestion to achieve the all inclusiveness in all kinds of such kind of like international collaboration projects, especially for the youth.
Yeah, thank you so much, like, you know, for so many points, like, you know, being raised. What I want to say that, you know, although, like, you know, we say that, you know, this is a barrier, these are all the, the challenges that we face, but from another perspective, so I would like to say that, like, you know, even though, like, you know, these are all the disadvantage or barriers that we have, but we can always turn the barriers, like, you know, into something like, you know, into an opportunity that would benefit us. Like, you know, as the last point, like, you know, to wrap up everything, like, you know, for our panel discussion, perhaps, like, you know, some of you could, like, you know, come up with one or two tangible steps or the next steps, the next immediate steps that we could make to move forwards. So after listening, to address all these barriers that we have listened to. So would anyone, like, you know, have any idea that you would like to share?
Yeah, perhaps I could chime in a few thoughts, Dr. Chai. Yep, a lot of the conversation has been surrounding challenges and barriers, which are completely valid. And I think which are completely valid. At the same time, I think having been part of a youth NGO which focuses on climate change for the past 3 years, I for one have been privileged enough to how do I put it, observe the organization, to observe MYD in a way starting from the bottom to being where it is now. And what I mean by that is I can safely say 3 to 5 years ago, I think the ministry didn't know who we were. We weren't even brave enough to approach them for an engagement session. But after you know, a few years worth of capacity building session and trying to engage our policymakers, they were willing to engage with us. I think they were willing to engage with us. They've been willing to invite us for capacity building sessions by the government for their own civil servants, to the point where MYD has become an important stakeholder when it comes to the ministry having consultation sessions pertaining to reviewing Malaysia's nationally determined contributions. So I think the first step I want to emphasize is to not be afraid in engaging our policymakers. I think we should be open. I mean, I think states, our civil servants, if they are really concerned about the people's welfare, they're really concerned about youth's welfare, I think they will be open for us to engaging with them. So I think that's one thing I really want to emphasize on. I think as the rakyat, as people, as citizens of a country, as youth, we should have the right, we should be brave enough to engage our civil servants or policymakers. I think that is an important step that we need to make, and with MYD, that is something that I learned as well.
Okay, so who else would like to probably share the idea, the next tangible step that we can move forward? Like perhaps Lika, from your point of view, as someone from industry, so that you have been exposed to various platforms. So what would be a tangible step that we can take, the next step?
I think that, for example, platforms like this are quite good. I never have met all the other panelists here, and perhaps in the circles that we are in day to day, I think that actually the policymakers and actually the government in Malaysia has demonstrated quite a good step as well in the past couple of years, especially in the space that we work in social entrepreneurship, because they've sort of created a lot of policies that incentivize more people to actually give back to the community. And they also create policies to incentivize other people to work with companies such as ours, where there is a social mission, there's a social cause. And what this does is that it creates a platform where, because the public sector's reach is obviously a lot bigger than, for example, just a reach from one company, it provides more opportunities for collaboration and cross-collaboration. And I think more countries, if they were to do this and actually collaborate inter-country, it would provide a very, very good platform. I think, for example, in the UK, they have, I'm not sure what it was called, the name, but they basically have something similar, but all the EU countries are connected with it. So if I was looking for a partner in all the countries in the EU, all I have to do is sort of inform someone based in my university who basically manages these relationships, and over time they have a system where they try and help you find people. Someone will promote it all over the EU, and then there have been a lot of success stories of cross-country collaborations where they found a partner because they couldn't find a local partner that fulfills what they need. They found a partner overseas. And I think that, maybe there's a space for ASEAN to do the same, for the tropics to do the same, because there are a lot of similar challenges around, as all of our panelists have demonstrated.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for all your inputs over here. So it's time that we have to wrap up this session. So before we go, is there anything that you want to add on over here?
I think, Doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, I have just come to my mind that
yeah,
I don't want to go without knowing that I'm going to be able to keep in touch with everyone. Of course, I can go at the individual level, I can contact Pakos, and then I can contact Rice, like that. But just now our panelists said that we can use social media, right? I don't know how easy. Create another WhatsApp. I know everybody is overdosed with WhatsApp or Facebook.
Yeah, that's perhaps is the next tangible step.
I don't know. But I feel I still want to have this kind of communication. I can talk to Dr. Raphael and Christine and something like this, and not go at individual level, but more like all the panelists today and others who are not able to join can come into this. I'm not so technology savvy, but I'm trying to think of a way to not burden people, but to make it a fun and very interactive and more like motivate.
I think that's a very, very good idea.
Yeah, to motivate each other when we feel down. Okay, don't worry, something like this.
From a friendship, yeah.
Yeah, somebody needs help. Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I know, point noted, Dr. Sharina. I agree with your point. I think that's a very good point, like, to take upon, like, the network start from here, the friendship start from here. So perhaps, like, that is the next step to move. From here, something will probably grow bigger and larger. So thank you so much for agreeing, like, to take part and to in this panel discussion, and also to share, like, your thoughts, like, without, like, hiding anything. So everyone is very open over here. So thank you and wish you a good day. So I will hand it over to the MC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chai, for moderating the afternoon session. And again, thank you very much to all the panelists and all the speakers that we have had for the morning and afternoon sessions. We have truly heard about many, many stories and very inspiring experiences of youth in working not just at the local level, but also at the national and international level. And so this efforts would not stop here. Again, based on the discussions for the panel session, we will continue to work closer with the youth to encourage more youth involvement at the discussions. And we will continue to engage closer with the youth. And so with that, we have come to the end of our webinar for today. I would like to invite academician Dr. Mazlan Othman to give her closing remarks.
Thank you, Sophian. Indeed, we have now reached the end of day 1 of the Youth for the Tropics webinar. And of course, thank you for joining us, and of course for staying this far into the day. I hope that the diverse discussions we've had on climate change, natural resources and the role of youth in creating change in the tropics have given you all some food for thought, or even better, actions on what you can do. It is clear that from the deliberations that we've had, that a lot more needs to be done. And there was a clear message that there was a need for, to build the capacity of youth and women. Also mentioned was the importance of communication. I particularly liked the observation that there is a huge divide between developing and developing countries in any kind of international negotiations. I know that too well. And that is why we need to collaborate and we need to come with common positions. And if we are in the tropics, we need to come up with a common position for the tropics. Because there's no, you don't get much headway if you are fighting it unilaterally at an intergovernmental organization meeting. There was a suggestion that we should set up a WhatsApp group or whatever. I love that. I love that. And I think the Secretariat can support you. Anyway, we can. But what this means is that we've got to keep this kind of discourse going. I'm looking at Dr. Chai there. And for sure, we would love to be part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to hear from more young talents, especially those involved with social entrepreneurs, I would like to invite you to tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. to our regional workshop on youth social entrepreneurship for building community resilience to disasters and climate change in the tropics. A mouthful, but we have a terrific lineup of young speakers from all over the world. You won't regret it. So once again, happy International Youth Day and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, academician Dr. Mazlan, for that closing remarks. Indeed, we have come to the end of the webinar for today. For those of you who would like to view this webinar again, the webinar will be available on the Facebook page. So you can feel free to share the webinar with your networks. I think this is very important so that everybody is involved in the discussion and they are aware of what has been happening in the discussion. And so hope you have a good evening and looking forward to see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.